Mr. Main, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Davis, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Ms. Morrison,
Present.
Mr. Montague, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Sibbles, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Witter, Mr. Wright. Mr. I got it. Yeah, man, Oh, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, you answered it. Yeah.
Statements by ministers.
Madam Speaker, there is intended to be 4 statements today, 4 brief statements today. One by the Minister of Finance and the Public Service, the Minister of Education, Youth and Information, the Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change, and the Most Honorable Prime Minister will make a statement also. May it please you, Madam Speaker, to invite the Minister of Finance to make his first short statement.
Madam Speaker, just rise to give a statement on the poverty rate for 2019. Madam Speaker, poverty rates are calculated by the Planning Institute of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, poverty rates are calculated by the Planning Institute of Jamaica based on consumption expenditure data collected through the Jamaica Survey of Living Conditions. This survey is canvassed annually by the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, STATIN, and captures data on the living conditions of the Jamaican population. The poverty rate for 2019 was estimated at 11% compared to 12.6% in 2018, which is considered relatively stable. This was supported by a 0.8% increase in real national disposable income per capita, which was pushed by increases in real GDP, real remittance inflows, and increases of employment. The effect of these positive performances were able to sustain the gains made in 2018. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has been measuring the rate of poverty since 1989. The highest rates of poverty since then have been in 1992 and 1993 respectively, when the rate of poverty was 44.6% and 33.9% respectively. The lowest rate of poverty achieved has been 9.9% in 2007. Poverty increased thereafter due to the severe impact of the global financial crisis and climbed to 24.6% by 2013. Since then, Madam Speaker, Jamaica has had 6 consecutive years of decline in poverty to the level of 11% in 2019, which is the lowest level of poverty recorded in 12 years. In fact, Madam Speaker, the 11% rate of poverty in 2019 was the second lowest level of poverty ever recorded in Jamaica in the past 32 years. By region, relative to 2018, the poverty prevalence declined in the Greater Kingston metropolitan area to 4.7%, which is a decrease of 4.5 percentage points. So there's a real obliteration from 9.2 in 2018 to 4.7 in 2019. However, the poverty rate remains stable in other urban centers. It remained relatively stable in other urban centers of 13.4, which was 13.4%, a slight increase. And in rural areas, the poverty rate declined from 15% in 2018 to 14.2% in 2019. The decline in the Greater Kingston area was supported by a 2.5% improvement in real mean per capita consumption for households within the poorest quintiles, despite a 5.9% decline in real per capita consumption for the overall region. The consumption-based Gini coefficient, which is a measure of inequality, moved to 0.3671 in 2019 from 0.3615 in 2018, indicating that consumption inequality remained stable. Madam Speaker, these poverty results are against a backdrop that we are familiar with, but which I'll just summarize for the record because it's correlated and important. In 2019, and this is calendar year 2019, there's a 0.9% growth in GDP, which represented the 7th consecutive year of growth that Jamaica had experienced. And it's not something we've made a lot of, but 7 consecutive calendar years of economic growth. The hotel industry recorded a growth rate of 4.9% in 2019 and accounted for 6.2% of real GDP. Average annual inflation for calendar year 2009 was 3.9% relative to 3.7% in 2018. And remittance inflows increased by $59.8 million over the previous years, and that does play a role as well. And the proportion of households that receive remittances were similar. In 2019, however, 63.6% of households received remittances in the GKMA region, which is 8% higher than before. Data from the Labour Force Survey revealed that in July 2019, employment increased by 31,500 persons, and 11 of the 16 industries recorded increases in employment. Madam Speaker, in concluding, there is no doubt that the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic has most probably, we don't know, but most probably disrupted that downward decline in poverty. For 6 consecutive years, poverty declined from 24.6% every year down to a low of 11%, the lowest level in 32 years but one. So the second lowest level in 32 years. All right? COVID-19, with the 10% contraction in GDP, the 130,000 jobs that we have lost, will likely impact the poverty measures in 2020. The Planning Institute of Jamaica will be working hard towards having the 2020 poverty data available before the end of this calendar year, breaking this 2-year lag that we have in reporting on poverty. And it's going to be important to have that data because while we have a policy response, having the granular data will allow us to calibrate and fine-tune policy to make sure our response is effective. Having said that, Madam Speaker, having acknowledged that 2020 due to COVID is likely to have that kind of aberration, the rate of poverty for 2019 is worthy of note. The policies of the government have contributed to the decline in the rate of poverty to this second lowest level in 32 years. The 7 consecutive years of economic growth, which spanned 2 administrations, accompanied by record levels of job growth over the past 4 years, where over 100,000 jobs were added, and where unemployment fell to the lowest levels in our history, along with the longest period of low single-digit inflation that we have ever had, created the conditions for the observed reduction in poverty. This, Madam Speaker, underscores the importance of maintaining policies that favor job growth, economic expansion, and macroeconomic stability as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, even as we broaden and deepen the social safety net. Madam Speaker, the reduction of poverty in Kingston was significant. However, the reduction was much less strong in rural areas. And this is one of the reasons why, for the Serve Jamaica program, we've incorporated a rural focus through the Train the River program to be executed by the NWA, as well as other initiatives in the portfolio, in the social safety net portfolio that straddles many ministries across the government. And we will need to continue to emphasize programs such as those that lead to a reduction of poverty in rural areas. The good news is that industries such as construction and agriculture, which absorb important segments of the labour market, have been resilient and offer bright hope for the future. And tourism is rebounding, which will provide a boost to incomes. Madam Speaker, we have done it before, in 2019, to the second lowest poverty rate in 32 years, and we will do it again. Jamaica will recover stronger. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, just, my first occasion of speaking, I hope you just allow me just a few seconds just to pay tribute to my close protection officer, Sergeant Marlon Smith, who perished tragically last Thursday evening on the highway in Trelawney. Madam Speaker, it's an unexplicable or inexplicable event, as devastating and deeply saddening and tragic. Sergeant Smith, one couldn't find a kinder and more generous person. He's well known in the fraternity of CPOs, and ministers and MPs on both sides have interacted with him over many years. And they all converge on the nature of his character and the nature of his personality. And it is a significant loss. And the circumstances make it, an unbearable one. And, Madam Speaker, I am still processing it myself. Members of my family are still processing it. Sergeant Smith was a member of my family. And his family is going through, as you can understand, a terrible period. And I just want to use this opportunity to again express our condolences to Sergeant Smith and to his family, Madam Speaker. And we'll have more to say in due course at the appropriate place and at the appropriate time. But for now, just want to record the depth of gratitude to Sergeant Smith for his character, for his devotion to his job, to his duty, and to express condolences to his family, and that we will be there for his family, and particularly for his children who are still in school. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on the note that the Minister of Finance ended on, I want to also express my condolences. Sergeant Smith was actually he lives in my constituency, and I've also reached out to his family, and I know he has 2 sons who are currently doing exams. I didn't know him well personally, but from all accounts, and certainly the interactions, everyone who has interacted with him, and certainly the community which he lives in, all have only very positive things to say about him. I commiserate with the Minister of Finance. I lost a CPO in 2013 to tragic circumstances, so I know how difficult it is, and they become a part of us because they, quite frankly, spend more time with us than many of our own family members, and they do become family, and they work extremely long hours under difficult circumstances. So I want to express my condolences to his family, to the Minister, and to the other colleagues who work very closely with him. Madam Speaker, in relation to the statement from the Minister, it is obviously a good thing to have poverty levels going down. It is good for the country. As the Minister indicated, we await the 2020 data, which more than likely would be an aberration and will show a spike or an increase based on the economic contraction. Prior to COVID, we had 3 negative quarters of growth going into the March 2020 quarter, which would also probably reflect what the poverty rates for 2020 are. But I would again reiterate my call, in spite of the absence of the 2020 data, that we still need to do more for the most vulnerable. Given the challenges that we have had over the last year, the difficulties, particularly for women, single-headed households, and for those who operate in our informal sector, which constitutes a significant part of our overall economy. And while we await the data to fine-tune our policy, there are a significant number of persons, in spite of the care program that would have been implemented, who have not received any assistance, and even with that assistance, it has not been sufficient. We all expect and hope that the economy will recover and grow and provide an opportunity for people to earn and work again. But until we get there, there is still a need for that. I just wanted the Minister, if you could clarify for me whether in 2017, the trend, the 3 years you showed downwards from 2017, 2018. If you could tell me what the figure was in 2016 prior to the 19.3%, and what was the poverty figure in 2016? Yeah, if you could just tell us that.
It was lower than 2017.
But again, Madam Speaker, it's obviously a good thing when the poverty rate goes down, but where we are right now, I believe more still needs to be done to deal with those persons who are on the margin and who are struggling in this environment, made worse by COVID, but in many respects was difficult even before. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I think they just trying to answer the last question. You're asking for the 2016 poverty data? Let me just read the poverty numbers for you. So, in 2013, poverty was 24.6%. So it was 14% in 2008. In 2006, 2007, it came all the way down to 9.9%. 2008, the crisis started to gather and poverty increased sort of every year from there until 2013. It got to 24.6. After 2013, it went to 20% in 2014, and then 21.2% in 2015, 17% in 2016, 19% in 2017, 12% in 20. It went 17 to 19 to 12.6 to 11. Yes. So that's why we use the phrase. If you know what I said, that at the end of the day, a poverty estimate is a point estimate. point statistical estimate, and there are confidence intervals around that estimate where you're 95% sure that the true estimate lies between those. Movements like the movement we had where we will get what we had between 2014 and 15, where we went from 20 to 21, even though the trend was down, and then from 2016 to 17, we went from 17 to 19. But the overall trend over that period has been downward. But we had 2 periods where there's a bump up.
So just to be clear, so you would have had then the downward trend would have started back 2017, 2018, and 2019, because you would have had a bump up from 2016 to 2017.
Yes, we have had over the 2013 to 2019 periods, we've had 2 years where we had increases. 2017 over 2016 and 2015 over 2014.
So you had indicated in your statement that we have had 6 consecutive years of decline in poverty, which is really not the case, because 2016 to 2017 would have gone up. So it's really just a note of correction.
No, you'd be correct on that. Yeah, that's a typo. So over the what we really mean is that over the period 2013 to 2019, we have had a dramatic reduction in poverty. It has not all been a straight line. We've actually had 2 periods where we had a bump up. But something that you said, remember, before COVID, we never had 3 consecutive quarters of decline. You remember you had the September to December quarter of 2019, and then you have the January to March. January to March, we had a decline, but the September to December, remember, it came out at 0, right? And then the one before that was positive. So we only had one. Yes, that's factually correct. So as a result, 2019 was a year of growth. The growth for the 4 quarters in calendar year 2019 was 0.9%, because we had 3 quarters where we had growth, and that last quarter was flat. And then January to March, which we have discussed before, we ended up with a 2% contraction. Okay? But I don't think there's anything else to respond to, right? Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, may I invite you to ask the Most Honorable Prime Minister to make a statement.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I begin my statement, I'm certain you would permit me in joining Minister Clark and the opposition spokesperson on finance in paying brief tribute to Marlon Smith, one who was sworn to protect and to serve. Madam Speaker, Marlon would have graduated from St. Catherine High School in 1989, the year after I graduated. So I would have been his head boy, and I would have known him personally. He served a former member of Parliament, the member for Northwest St. Andrew, the former member for Northwest St. Andrew, Derek Smith, for 11 years. And then he would have served the new member of Parliament for Northwest St. Andrew, the Minister of Finance, about 3 years, since 2018. I'm just at a loss but would like to join in just pointing out the wonderful spirit of the individual. Everyone who knows him would have come to love and respect him. And it is just such a tragedy and a great loss. And we here in this house pay tribute and respect to him, but to also his colleagues who are all themselves sworn to protect and serve. Madam Speaker, analysis of crime statistics, particularly violent crimes such as murders and shootings, reveals a pattern of geographic concentration within a number of communities across Jamaica. The National Security Council assessed the Norwood community and its environs and agreed that Norwood should be declared as a zone of special operations. And this was done upon the written agreement of the Commissioner of Police and the Chief of Defence Staff in accordance with Section 4.6 of the Act. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we declared Norwood to be a zone of special operations, which was gazetted on June 20th, 2021. Section 6 of the Act requires me to inform Parliament within 14 days of the declaration of a zone. And we would be within that specified period of time within the law. Madam Speaker, the parish of St. James has experienced more than its fair share of violent crimes and remains a grave concern. This has propelled the government to declare the Norwood community as a zone of special operations. Madam Speaker, the decision to declare this area as a ZOZO is driven by the strategic and operational considerations of the security forces. They have assessed that the community of Norwood is one of the major crime epicenters or hotspots. As indicated by the Commissioner of Police at the press conference on June 20th, this area accounts for the highest proportion of both murders and shootings in the parish. From January 1 to June 20th, when the zone was declared, Norwood accounted for 15 homicides, representing 12.6%, and 14 shootings, representing 26% of the total for the St. James Division. Since the declaration of the zone, there have been no homicides or shootings in the area. Additionally, an overwhelming majority of violence in Norwood can be attributed to feuding among the 6 main gangs. Over the past 2 years, this gang war has contributed to 66 murders in the area, 15 of which would have taken place this year. The zone of special operation has been declared for a period of 60 days, that is from Sunday, June 20th to Friday, August 20th, and its boundaries have been gazetted. In accordance with Section 9.1 of the Act, the Joint Command will provide their periodic 10-day report of activities in the zone, which is reviewed by the National Security Council to determine the progress and resolve any issues that may arise. Madam Speaker, thus far, the current operational efforts of the security forces, just a few days into the declaration, have started to yield successes. Already, 14 persons have been arrested and charged for varying offences, and 3 illegal firearms have been recovered. As the clear phase of the strategy takes primacy at this stage, the security forces will continue their operational pursuits to remove the criminal elements and influence from the space. This phase will see the continuation of internal security operations to rid the zone of illegal weapons and ammunition and contraband. Madam Speaker, in addition to the current operational efforts by the Joint Forces, the first meeting of the Social Intervention Committee, which comprises a wide cross-section of persons as outlined in the Act, will be convened on this Thursday, July 1. Madam Speaker, importantly, our strategy is based on the recognition that transformation cannot be achieved without deliberate focus on the social interventions and the delivery of social services to the Norwood community. The interventions coordinated by the Social Intervention Committee are guided by an approved social intervention framework, which will be implemented concurrently with the clear phase. I wish to indicate at this point that we continue to pursue policies that will minimize and degrade any threat posed to the people of this country, and through a continuous review process, we are always examining ways to improve our commitment to do so. Therefore, the approaches and decisions have been systematic rather than arbitrary, and have been driven to provide improvements in several developmental areas. Through the overall National Strategic Framework to improve citizen security, we have started the dialogue with the establishment of various subcommittees of the Citizen Security Business Group to ensure a more focused and targeted approach in the implementation of the various social activities that are set to be implemented in Norwood. Through this effort, the requisite focus and coordination are underway to place more emphasis on evidence-based intervention targeting children and young adults. A recent meeting with this subcommittee included discussions on proposals to develop programs focused on parenting and after-school programs. In furtherance of the priority placed on children and youth, the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information and the Heart Trust NSTA have made a commitment to intensify their collaboration to increase the training of this target group by establishing more training institutions within proximity to the area. Madam Speaker, the residents have been receptive and accommodating towards the initiative, and have acknowledged the requirement for intervention to address the issues of crime and violence. In fact, the residents have expressed relief as they now feel free to venture throughout the community without fear. We know there is a general impatience to realize quick wins, and we have heard the calls by some members and residents in other communities for similar interventions. However, let me reiterate that the security forces continue to apply operational strategies across all vulnerable communities with an immediate priority on the southern belt of the corporate area, which has experienced a spike in major crimes in the last couple of months. This government is therefore not relying solely on the designation of an area as a zone of special operations to meet the critical public safety and security needs of our people. Madam Speaker, while we remain grounded and committed to upholding the Constitution of this country, we will likewise seek to use laws, institutions, and resources to improve citizen security and safety, thereby preserving and enhancing the quality of life for all Jamaicans and creating new foundations for long-term prosperity and peace. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Prime Minister. I think many of us were surprised with the announcement of the Zozo in Norwood, because we were aware that there had been strong cries for a Zozo in the corporate area, in the central Kingston area in particular, of which you are aware. And nevertheless, we recognize that based on the data that has been provided, the situation in Norwood warranted a very serious response. And I'm happy for the people of Norwood that they now have enhanced levels of security, and hopefully they are feeling safer in their homes than they were before the security forces moved in with that degree of concentration and force. The reality is, of course, that the situation in St. James has been impacted by this, because there have been some fairly heinous crimes, not fairly heinous, very heinous crimes and murders in other parts, other communities in the environs of Montego Bay and its suburbs since the Norwood clampdown, so to speak, and the suggestion of the so-called balloon effect being at play is a real concern. And this is, what will happen where a great deal of attention from a security standpoint is placed on a relatively small area. It does tend to displace violence producers who will go elsewhere, where they may have a network of relatives or cronies, and so the violence continues. We note, for example, that murders are up 5, as at the 26th of June, which was Friday gone, murders this year were up 5.5%. And that really shows a significant spike over the last month or so, because there was a point when, and this was, I think, around the time that we were debating the amendments to the anti-gang legislation. I remember the murder rate was slightly down year on year, 2.2% at that time. And that has unfortunately now been reversed. And the situation, of course, as you have said, Prime Minister, in the southern belt of the corporate area remains very unstable. There is a lot of crime, a lot of murders, and the police are extremely stretched in managing the situation. It affects not just my own constituency, which is badly affected, but others as well. And I think the situation in the country really illustrates that a sustained solution to this problem really is not going to be found through higher levels of enforcement. High levels of enforcement are necessary to contain outbreaks, which are flare-ups. But at the end of the day, the police and the military just do not have the resources to manage it effectively in that way. And there needs to be a national program which really gets to those vulnerable youths that are, for one reason or another, attracted or drawn into that level of criminality, and to find other pathways that can be offered to them so that they can become constructive citizens and part of the solution rather than part of the problem. Prime Minister, one issue that I have a concern with is to do with the reporting of the crime statistics, because the way in which they are reported has changed. So, for example, at the moment, and this has been going on for maybe a year now, the published data that the JCF publishes around crime no longer differentiates and breaks out the victims of murders among males and females and children, to just have one category, murder victims. And I think in the context of a country which is plagued by gender-based violence and violence against children, it is important that the statistics allow the public to track how we are trending in that regard. This is not the first time that this issue has been raised, but I'm reiterating it today and calling on the Minister of National Security, who is unfortunately, I don't think he's in the House, in the chamber anyway at this time, to ensure that the published data on crime breaks out the victims of crime by gender and between adults and children. Similarly, Prime Minister, there is no longer data provided for sexual offences against children. That is unacceptable because we all know, especially in the context of the pandemic, where living arrangements have changed due to people moving around less, curfews at night, etc. We have heard anecdotally of a very serious situation affecting sexual violence against children, often within the home, but not always. And the crime data, as published, no longer identifies that as a category. And I don't think it's good for the democracy, good for policy making, or indeed for accountability of government if the data is so formulated as to make it impossible to analyze how we are trending in these critical areas. So I ask again that that be reversed and that the data be provided with the granularity required to enable proper analysis and debate around these critical issues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister, of course, like the Leader of Opposition, I am pleased that there is some relief for the residents of Norwood. I mean, that has been a community much in the news. And it's not just now, but for quite some time. However, Prime Minister, I've spoken many times in this House about the situation in Western St. Andrew and the southern belt of St. Andrew. And when I look at the crime statistics in St. Andrew South, it is one of the areas that is increasing as well. And there are particular communities within that are affected. The Riverton community, for example, is very, very much an area of concern. The statistics and the daily shootings and murders are increasing. And the question I've asked always is, should we, when these shootings occur and these communities are unstable, should we await until we have some extraordinary numbers before we respond? And in the meantime, there are other measures outside of a Zozo. Because I hear the concerns about the resources for Zozo. But outside of that, there are specific measures and things that can be done in between. And even as we appeal for those things to be done, the response has been woefully lacking. And so you see the numbers, you see the situation deteriorate, you hear the complaint, you write concerning those complaints and making a representation, and the response is simply not there. So it sets up a situation where it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, where it continues and it escalates to a point where something has to be done on an emergency basis. Prime Minister, I think we don't have to go to the extreme where it is Zozo or nothing. I think in between there are particular things that can be done for particular communities. And in addition to the curfew and the cordons, there are other underlying social conditions that can be addressed. And I appeal to your Prime Minister that short of whatever the measure is, and I must tell you, it still remains, I hear from the evidence you've adduced that it is grounded in evidence, but I'm still unclear as to what the triggers are for these Zozo as opposed to some other measures that can be addressed, that can be responded to on an interim or short-term basis, short of the Zozo. And I continue to appeal for those responses in communities like Riverton and others who need the attention, both with the police cordons and some other social intervention.
Madam Speaker, I had meant to just add my voice to the words of condolences to Sergeant Smith and his family. Everybody was really traumatized and shocked by what we heard and saw I reached out to my friend on the other side, Minister of Finance, because I know he personally and his family would have, and as he said, he's still processing it, and he has every sympathy and concern. And to the family of Sergeant Smith, we wish to express our heartfelt condolences, and to the community from when they come. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members for their questions. I'm not proposing, Madam Speaker, to give a treatise on the crime situation, because there is a long lineup of business matters to address today. Just very quickly, I've heard the complaint before about the police, about a change in the way in which the police report, the JCF reports. I'm not pretending to speak on behalf of the Minister of National Security, who is unavoidably absent today. My recollection of the discourse is that the JCF has not stopped its categorization and collection of the data. The data is available, and it is the presentation of the data that might be slightly different. But I have, since you have raised it again, I have sent a note to the relevant personnel for this matter to be addressed. Because one of the things that would not be useful to us is a narrative that we are hiding anything. And I'm certain that there is nothing there to hide. The way in which we have conducted the business of security is that we have given as much information as is possible. And that will not in any way affect our strategic intent. And it is in our interest so that the public knows what the situation is as it affects women and children and so forth. So be assured, Leader of the Opposition, there is no intention on the part of the government for anything to be hidden. It may just be a change in presentation, which I'm certain that could be easily addressed. I didn't address the matter specifically in my statement, but you alluded to it, and the member from Western alluded to it as well, that there are other communities that are equally deserving of the attention and resources that would be put into a zone of special operations. Just to repeat, the government has identified the top 20 communities that contribute significantly to murders and other violent crimes in the country. It is clear from the statistic that when you're contributing to 12 and 26% of crime in an entire police division, then that area needs special attention. There are other such communities that are contributing in that way. But as the Leader of the Opposition pointed out, and the member from Western St. Andrew, we have serious resource constraints. The government has been expanding the resource base of both the JCF and the JDF in order to respond. This particular response in the zone of special operations is a resource-intense response. It is resource-intense on the security side, and it is resource-intense on the social and infrastructure intervention side. The strategy is for the government to intervene in all 20 communities, and you would have seen us systematically rolling out. COVID has affected our ability to roll out because, Madam Speaker, the same policeman and the same soldier that is part of the joint force in the zone would have been the same policeman and the same soldier who is helping with the vaccine management, helping at the ports, and doing all the other activities. So we have to be systematically increasing the numbers and increasing the resources And as that is done, then we bring on more communities. But the commitment of the government is to eventually reach to all these communities. There is a reason why it is resource intense, because the zone of special operation is designed to bring overwhelming force to the area so that pressure is not on the security force to use measures that could cause the taking of life. So these operations are designed first and foremost to protect life and to bring peace. They are effectively, Madam Speaker, a peacekeeping peacekeeping exercises. That is the essence of it. If we pause for a moment, Madam Speaker, to analyze the core causes of the murders and shootings in Norwood or in any other community, you will find, Madam Speaker, that there is an organized enterprise to commit crime in the area. We call it a gang. But what is the basis of the gang, Madam Speaker? Sometimes it is an enterprise for economic activity, but other times it is just a social response. Meaning, Madam Speaker, that you have natural leadership in the area, and that natural leader is of such persuasiveness that they are able to bring others with them. And then when that natural leadership and persuasiveness is enlisted into other activities such as protecting turf, protecting drugs, extortion, then you have the criminal enterprise element coming into play. But there's another element, Madam Speaker, and that is feuds. In many of these communities, we see murders happening because of long-standing feuds. Madam Speaker, I ask for a report on a weekly basis to understand what is happening. Why is it that we are seeing some murders? In one of the affected communities, a man was released from jail. He served his time and he's released. And he comes back out, and the son of the man he is reputed to have killed decides to exact his vengeance. And it starts a feud in the community. How do we solve this? When brother is killing brother, friends are killing friends, the state has to intervene with a force not there to kill the brother or kill the friend, but to keep them apart, to disarm, and to give assurance to the communities. And that is what we have been doing, Madam Speaker, with the zones of special operations. We have also been intervening in answering the long-term question that you have asked. Why is it that the communities are generating these leaders who have the influence to bring others around them? As a social response, they form this group, and then they get enlisted into a criminal enterprise. Why is it that the community is getting the leaders early and getting them into pro-social activities? Those issues have to be answered, Madam Speaker, by long-term programs, parenting, truancy, training, social engagements, and these are what we are now doing in parallel to the security operations. Madam Speaker, this is not a venture that can be compared to the flip of a switch. This is something that we have to plan, and it takes 6 months or more to plan and position resources in order that the state can intervene. And one of the things I'm proud of, Madam Speaker, and I would want to commend the security forces on it, is that they understand that this tool of the zone of special operations is not there to abuse the citizens or abuse citizens' rights. It is there to build trust in the community, with the community and the police. It is there to give the assurance, and it is there to build peace. And they have been, all five have had very good success. Some have been exceptionally successful. We are learning from the challenges with others. Madam Speaker, I recently saw a video being circulated of an area that is under a zone of special operations. And apparently, a quarrel broke out between two families, and they ended up stoning each other using bottles and stones. Obviously, the police came and had to intervene. But these are some of the simple issues that happen in these communities that our security forces would have to intervene and pacify and work with the community to achieve peace. Madam Speaker, peace is, we can't take it for granted that it will naturally occur in some of our communities. It is something that we have to be instrumental in building, and we have to be deliberate. And this is what the zone of special operations is designed to do. It is designed to build the foundations of peace. Eventually, the citizen will have to own the peace. They will have to become wardens of it. But you have to empower them, and you have to displace the criminals out of that zone. The leader of the opposition mentioned the balloon effect. Madam Speaker, once you displace someone from their zone, they are immediately weaker. And it is now for the security forces to pursue relentlessly. It has been, I will not pretend to say that they have been absolutely successful in this regard, but they have had significant successes. We intend to ensure that there is no safe space for criminals in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Madam Speaker, I now invite you to ask the Minister of Education to make her statement.
I'm still not blind, and there's no stranger in the house at all.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you would allow me, I'd like to also join in paying tribute to Mr. Marlon Smith, someone with whom I interacted during my days at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. And Madam Speaker, I want to ask God to strengthen his family as they go through this period of excruciating pain and anguish, and to let the family know that he remains in my thoughts and my prayers. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to announce the government's plan through the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information to help our children recover smarter from the learning loss that they would have suffered over the past 15 months as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our Recover Smarter National School Learning and Intervention Plan, which will be institutionalized in the education sector, has three components: the National Summer School, the National Extra Lesson Classes, and the National Homework Program. First, Madam Speaker, let me wish all our students who are sitting the CSEC, CAPE, NCT VET, and other exams the very best. We acknowledge the conditions under which they have had to be sitting their exams, and we want to commend them for the resilience that they have shown. Madam Speaker, the Recover Smarter National School Learning and Intervention Plan will allow for an improvement in the academic performance of students enrolled in the program over the summer period and during the school year to come. It will also provide academic enrichment activities for students through its intervention framework. Our response to teaching and learning since the confirmation of Jamaica's first case of COVID-19 in March 2020 has been the closure of all primary and secondary institutions as a means of curtailing the spread of the virus. This suspension of face-to-face classes meant that the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information had to develop strategies to ensure minimal disruption to teaching and learning for the nation's children. Through various public and private partnerships, the ministry was able to roll out a blended modality where students were engaged virtually through television and radio lessons, via learning kits developed and distributed to communities, and face-to-face classes when possible. Notwithstanding the ministry's efforts, there's evidence that approximately 120,000 students and is designed to guide school administrators or regions and the central ministry in development and implementation of strategies which are intended to assess learning gaps, improve student performance in core subject areas, reduce learning gaps among students in grades 1 to 9 so that they're able to function at grade level in core subject areas, improve the social and emotional well-being of all students through engagement in a character education program and the provision of robust psychosocial support, and foster and engender improved school, home and school, community relations through the inclusion of community-based programs and activities in the delivery of all intervention programs. Madam Speaker, the implementation of the Recover Smarter National School Learning and Intervention Plan will take place using a bottom-up approach, beginning with the development of school-level plans, which are to be reviewed and approved at the regional level and supported through the provision of technical and financial assistance, both nationally and nationally. The framework to guide general curriculum management and the development and implementation of school-led intervention program is built on 3 key pillars. These pillars are academic learning and holistic development, capacity building, community and parent engagement. Madam Speaker, how will this work? All students in grade 1 to 9 will be required to sit the standardized diagnostic assessment. Students in grade 1 to 3 will sit diagnostic tests in mathematics, language arts, and integrated studies. Students in grade 4 to 9 will sit diagnostic tests in mathematics, language arts, science, and social studies. The diagnostic test is designed to indicate a student's level of understanding in response to each item on the test. There are 4 levels on the test. Level 1 is an indication of the fundamental gaps or lack of content knowledge. Level 2, basic knowledge of the content. Level 3, knowledge of generalizations of content. And level 4, correct response means the student is able to apply knowledge of the content or concept in the manner required by the diagnostic test. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that on completion of the diagnostic test, schools will receive the following information: an analysis of individual student responses indicating both the level of response provided to each item for each student and a summary of the total number of responses at each level for each student. Madam Speaker, the Recover Smarter National School Learning and Intervention Plan will be implemented through both face-to-face and online classes. The program benefits from teacher support platform, additional staff, including the ability to engage final year teacher training institution students for intervention support as needed based on the number of groups, online resources for students and parents, and government-funded in-person support in special cases. In terms of the National Summer School Program, Madam Speaker, this program will commence on July 5, 2021. The Ministry will begin the summer school program using already existing performance data on the students to guide the initial engagement of students. When the diagnostic test data become available, this will be used to further guide support for summer school and beyond. Tier 3 students are to be prioritized for face-to-face support, guided by tutors recruited for the program. Tier 2 students are to be facilitated online, guided by the classroom teacher, who may volunteer to assist, or by tutors recruited by the Ministry. Students will be grouped based on their tier levels relative to the existing data on performance and instructional needs. The Ministry will be partnering with the various service providers who will use their existing platforms to carry out the daily lessons and activities. The service providers engaged by the Ministry will identify, recruit, and deploy available trained teachers who are willing to participate in the initiative as tutors, available retired teachers who are also willing to participate as tutors, and available final year Teachers College students as assistant tutors. Madam Speaker, it's also important to note that a major component of the Recover Smarter National Extra Lesson National Homework Program, the Ministry, as a means of mitigating against the effects of the learning loss experience, is providing financial support for the implementation of the National Extra Lesson and the National Homework Support Program. The objectives of this program are to reinforce the regular day program by providing targeted opportunities for authentic learning and application, practice for skills and knowledge taught during the school day. Enhancing learning by providing experiences that the school day may not be able to adequately supply. Promoting a model of learning that can ignite the interest and curiosity of students so they can carry this excitement back to their regular classrooms, and building the confidence of the students, leading to improvement in day school class participation. The National Extra Lessons Homework Program will be delivered primarily via the online platform, which will be commissioned by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. Service providers will be required to manage both online and face-to-face engagement. And I want to pause here just to commend my colleague MP Miller, who has already initiated extra lesson and homework programs in his constituency. And he called to me recently, well before the development of this, to be online with one of his groups, and this happened at like 8 p.m. at night, and I logged on and they had all these students who were so engaged in learning. I think they were doing mathematics at the time. And I would implore my other colleague MPs, if you're not already doing so, to initiate such a plan as well. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information will be hosting a virtual town hall for our National Summer School Homework and Extra Lessons Initiative. The town hall meeting will be held tomorrow, June 30th at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. It's primarily targeted at our parents. And of course, I'll be on Dr. Grace McLean, our Permanent Secretary, Dr. Kassan Troop, our Chief Education Officer, Dr. Tamika Benjamin, our National Mathematics Coordinator, and Dr. Andre Hill, National Literacy Coordinator. We would have already engaged our school leaders at the JTA and others in the region. Madam Speaker, it is important that our students can recover smarter from this pandemic and the learning loss which resulted from not being able to be in the face-to-face environment, and for them to begin to make progress towards being higher achieving students. Madam Speaker, education takes time. Learning takes time. It is not enough for parents to simply send their students to school 7:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. with 45 minutes or an hour for lunch and all the activities that happen, and expect their children to be high achieving or high performing. Many of our parents with resources already know this, and that is why over the decades you would have seen parents pay for tutors for their children, because they know that what their child gets introduced to in the classroom needs to be reinforced. It needs repeated, and it needs time to be understood and assimilated into the child's learning. And so many of our parents who are minimum wage earners or a little better than minimum wage, they do not have that kind of resource to invest. And so the government has to make the investment in the summer program, in the extra lessons and the homework program in order to move more of our students to be high achieving students. We know that these programs, the summer program, the extra lessons, the homework, will give students more time on task and propel them to higher levels. And we invite all the parents to help their students by ensuring that they attend the summer program and participate in the extra lessons and homework program in the new school year ahead. Madam Speaker, we will recover stronger and smarter. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, let me thank the Minister for her presentation on and an update on what's happening in education, in particular as it relates to summer school, but also the interventions that are planned over the next couple months and the year to come. I believe, well, let me, before I go further, also add my own words of encouragement to our students who are sitting the various exams as we speak. We would have noted the concerns of some parents and teachers and students about not having covered the full syllabus for CSEC and how anxious they felt. I want to encourage them that what they have done already is done. The only thing left to do is to go in and do their best. And that is all we ask of them. Because sometimes they believe we ask more. Your best is good enough, and we, certainly through policy and programs, will have to make sure that their learning is secure. Madam Speaker, I believe that the intent, both in terms of the various elements of the National School Learning and Intervention Plan, that it's a good idea. Yeah? The idea of actually putting together a plan that looks at all of the different areas for intervention, beginning now and rolling that out, is a good idea. I am hoping, and Minister, you know, you and I don't always have the same understanding of the kind of collaboration that I think is required. I am hoping, therefore, that we are doing more now, that the ministry is doing more now in terms of collaboration, that in fact ways are being found to engage teachers who are on the front line in discussing the issues that they would have faced, what they would have implemented, how they would have addressed some of the issues that they found, and that some of that is going into the planning of what we are doing. I must admit, and you know I will say it every time I hear it, that there are still far too many of our frontline teachers who believe that they don't have a space for their voice to be heard and for their contributions to be acknowledged. So I want to do that. Minister, I have a fundamental issue with a plan that is premised on a notion that the approach of the ministry in suspending face-to-face classes would have meant that the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information had to develop strategies to ensure minimal disruption to teaching and learning for the children. What am I objecting to? It sounds like an oxymoron to me, because suspension of face-to-face is in no way, no terms at all, can it be considered to be a minimal disruption. And if we start off thinking that it is a minimal disruption, then we are already starting on a flawed premise, especially given the inequities in the current system. And as I always say, I'm not holding the present minister responsible for the inequities. The inequities have been there over decades, for years. And what we are seeing now is just simply the end result of that inequity. Yes? And so I have an issue with that. And I say that because as I read the document and listened to you, and I'm going to come to some of the elements, which are good elements, absolutely essential, and they are in there, and they should be in there, and kudos for those. But I would like to hear, when we are talking about education, an acknowledgement, a recognition of where we actually are, that we do have an unequal system, and that more has to be done for those who were way behind before the pandemic hit, and who are even worse off now with all that has happened in the pandemic. I also want to ensure, Minister, that, and in other presentations, you would have acknowledged the gap also in terms of that digital divide. And I'm hoping that the plan as premised recognizes that digital gap that exists, the chasm that exists, and that the intervention would be appropriate for the issues that are being faced. I didn't get the sense of that, but I am assuming that that is what is underlying the plan. And it wasn't expressly said, and I would love to be assured that that is indeed so. I agree with you, Minister. You have said that 100,000 are not necessarily those who didn't log in, but there are those who, some would not have logged in, and some would have had intermittent service. And in fact, there are, as many teachers will tell you, a number of students who are logged in, and logged in for long hours, but who are not engaged. And so the plan has to take in all of that. There are many ministers, you by now would have known that, who believe that your figures are very conservative in terms of the number of students that really require this kind of intervention. Yeah, that 120,000 is really maybe half of what actually exists. You and I don't need to quarrel about what the number is, as long as there is an intervention and we are doing it in a way that allows us to identify all of those who require intervention, and that there is a modality through which they can be engaged. I think we will be okay. Minister, you have said that you have quite rightly identified the fact that the learning gaps need to be addressed, otherwise the impact for generations to come would really be so devastating that it would take us years to recover. And so I am confident that you acknowledge that and we agree that that needs to be done. So the question now is, how do we do that? And in terms of, I can't remember, I think I remember Minister Ronnie Thwaites and some others who have been talking, Minister, about the kind of intervention that is required, and that we probably need to identify, for those, for example, who have not been engaged or engaged intermittently. In the last 15 months or so, it has been difficult to identify some of them. Well, we have identified them, to actually reach some of them. And so it is going to require more than we were doing before to ensure that we can identify them and engage them and understand the issues that are at the heart of their disengagement, and then to be able to design that individualized plan. And some of it is not just a learning plan that needs to be developed, but some of those are going to require other social interventions in terms of family and other issues, so that they can be in a space where they can rejoin or re-engage in the teaching learning process. I'm not sure I fully got that from what you were saying, but I know it must be at the heart of what you do. And so I want to echo a recommendation that I've heard elsewhere, is not mine by any means, that we need kind of like a cadre, a team of social workers who actually go out in the field to identify these students, look at what is happening at home and in the community, and see what are the issues there that do not aid in their full engagement in the teaching learning process. Madam Speaker, the Minister spoke about a bottom-up approach. Wonderful concept. On point. I am now only hoping, Minister, that you and I have the same understanding of a bottom-up approach, and that indeed we're not just paying lip service to bottom-up approach, because sometimes we use these terminologies, but we don't have that commitment to making sure that indeed we are relying on the experience and the knowledge of those individuals who are on the front line, the problems that they would have solved, their innovation, and all of that energy on the ground that they have been putting to work, and that we can learn from what they have been doing there, and that there is a space to incorporate those things that are working well in the national plan. I do note that what is being asked is for schools at the local level to actually develop a plan and for that plan to be implemented, which is in fact excellent, as long as, of course, we are going to be able to really meet them in terms of the resources and support that they will need to carry out these plans. The three pillars on which the National School Learning and Intervention Plan are premised, very good pillars: academic learning and holistic development, absolutely critical. The capacity building, and I do note and totally agree that the capacity building is not just for parents, because too often that's where we look only, but it is also for our school leaders, the community groups, the curriculum implementation teams, and our classroom teachers, for everyone involved in the teaching learning process. Also pleased, Minister, to see the community and parent engagement and that program in terms of what is happening there. In terms of the assessment, the question would be what's the timeline for the assessment? When is it starting? At what point would you expect it to end? I recognize that coming out of that is where we would actually see the individualized learning plans coming. The modalities, both face-to-face and online. I mean, today we acknowledge and we accept that in the world in which we live, there's no going back to face-to-face only. It is going to be hybrid. We are going to have to reckon with a hybrid system, or blended as some people call it, in terms of making sure that we deliver given the circumstances in which we find ourselves. Minister, the summer school program, and I am aware that schools would have gotten the bulletin. I don't know if you are aware, and I mean, I know that during this period in which we are living, we are all expected to work under pressure. But I'm going to say this, a number of our school leaders who have received the bulletin have thought that they could have gotten it a little earlier, they could have gotten a little bit more time in terms of what they're doing, and they do feel pressed as if it's rushed. Yes, and that they could have heard a little bit earlier, they could have been given more time, and all of that. I'm certainly hoping that every single thing is going to be done to ensure that we can identify those students in time, we can do the assessment, and we can actually reincorporate them in the program that is to be delivered. Minister, the town hall meeting with the parents, I believe, is also a very good initiative. So too was the one with the students that was done, and I believe it's more of those kinds of collaboration that are required. Also, and I know that collaboration is time-consuming. Consultation is time-consuming. It is time-consuming because you have to listen to what persons are saying, and you have to make a really calculated effort to include the issues that they raise and incorporate some of the solutions that they put on the table. But in the long run, I think it is important. I think it is what gives them that buy-in. It is what allows them to feel as if they're a real stakeholder in the process. And that is really what is needed. Both the summer school program and the extra lessons and homework program, Minister, through you, Madam Speaker, are excellent ideas. I want to caution that when we speak of them, we ensure that we do not help to stigmatize them as if they are only going to be that the persons who we are going to have there are going to be primarily those students who either can't learn or whose parents don't have the money, but that it is seen as an opportunity to improve the performance of the students, and that, as we know, so many in our system will require that added support, and that this is being provided. My concern, of course, is that, as the statement says, that the National Extra Lessons and Homework Program will be delivered primarily via online platforms. I do know that it will be blended, but it says primarily through online platforms. And whenever I see that, it raises a red flag in my mind. And it raises a red flag in my mind because I happen to represent a constituency that is not as privileged as others are to have those kind of school communities where online is easy. Yes, we have serious challenges. As the research has been showing worldwide and in Jamaica, individuals who are in rural communities and the urban poor are at a distinct disadvantage. And Minister, I would like, when we're doing these programs, to make sure that at the heart and center of the solutions that we are proposing, those individuals are not left out. The rural students or rural schools and our urban poor, they are behind, and we can't pretend that it is across the board is just one thing we're talking about. We have to acknowledge the inequities to be able to respond to them so that eventually we can eliminate them. If we pretend they are not there, then the solutions that we propose will not address them in the kind of way to make them a thing of the past.
Member?
Yes, Madam.
Education is very important. That's why I've allowed you to go double your time. So I'm trusting that you're wrapping up now. please.
Thank you for your kind consideration, Madam Speaker, and yes, I am wrapping up. So I just want to say I'll just make a few comments in closing. One is, Minister, to continue to recommend greater collaboration, in particular on the part of our frontline teachers. Again, early childhood education and special education are again ignored and invisible. And every time I speak, until I see a change in that, I'm going to mention them. Because individuals who are engaged in those two sectors do feel as if they are ignored and they are forgotten and not part of the national landscape. So that's one. And finally, because the other issues I've dealt with, finally, I have, the opposition has said it before, and we are going to say it again. In terms of where too many of our children or of our students fall, in terms of literacy, there needs to be a deliberate literacy campaign that is geared at getting our students to read at grade level. I don't believe that it can just be subsumed and that we should assume that it is being addressed. We came before COVID with an issue with literacy. COVID-19 has made it worse, and it requires a deliberate plan to ensure that our students are reading at grade level. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just a quick question or two for the Minister. Madam Minister, I don't know if it was said, but I did not hear whether or not it's going to be a full week summer school, or you're going to look at some days. And I would love to know if the time, what time factor, if you're going to do it as a regular, like the regular school hours. But there's another concern that I have, and it has to do with, will you be using the full cadre of teachers for each school to carry out these duties? And I would also want to find out whether or not you're going to have anything to have some social interaction in terms of getting these children more stimulated to be, getting back that interaction so that when they go back to school, they will be able to behave in a more civilized manner. So I would like to know that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me thank the member of Southwest St. Andrew for her comments, for her remarks, and to say categorically that the National Summer School and the National Homework and National Extra Lesson Intervention or Program is for every student. Every student who wants to avail themselves of it, it is available. It's obviously we'd love for those who are below the line to participate, but it's available to every single student. I agree with you that the face-to-face suspension is not a minimum disruption. It is a massive disruption. And that's why you would have seen the massive effort of the government to invest in ensuring that our students could access the virtual space, and if they were not able to access it, at least they were getting some lessons on TV or on radio, or they had their textbooks, they had their workbooks. And this school year, the government would have invested in the workbooks for the first time. Normally, it's the parents who would have to buy the worksheets. This school year, the government invested in buying the worksheets and making those available to our students. I agree with you as well in terms of the unequal system that exists in the education sector. It has existed for decades. We are making steps to reduce that inequity in the system. We have taken giant steps as well in terms of reducing the digital divide. With regards to rural versus urban and whether or not we'll be able to engage, I don't know if you recall, but back in February of this year, we had started a mobile intervention into communities. And even in the week or two in which it operated, that we were getting great success. We're actually engaging with the students in small groups of 5, 1.5 hours per week, per day, twice per week. We will have that same intervention again, or into communities, going into communities and sitting face-to-face with the students, whether in community centers, church halls, or other safe places that we can find. And while I'm addressing that, Member Daley asked about the duration of the program. It will be 4 weeks during the month of July for the face-to-face, but it will continue into August for the online program. Will we be using the full cadre of teachers? If the full cadre of teachers volunteer to be in the program, if they indicate that they want to be a part of the program. But there is an ecosystem that exists currently with service providers and their various platforms. There are many, many tutors that exist, many trained tutors that exist that we will be using. But again, if there are particular teachers, current or retired, who are, for the retired teachers, if they're familiar with the national standards curriculum and so on, and they want to be a part of this, they are welcome as well. The social interaction, I couldn't agree with you more, that we need that. That's one of the big benefits of school, in that the children come to school, they learn to interact with each other, with the teacher, they learn a lot of social skills and so on, and therefore we need to pay attention to this as our children are kept out of school longer and longer. With regards to the diagnostic assessment, this has started already, and we are, in the coming years, we will be using it more. In the past, it was only used maybe on an annual basis, but we are saying we ought to know sooner at what level the student is, so we can make the intervention for the student. So we know whether they are reading at grade level, not reading at grade level, and what the type of intervention should be. And your call for a deliberate literacy campaign, that will be included in these interventions. In fact, as well, we will be scaling up the teaching of phonics in school. It happens now, but just in a select few schools, and we've seen the results. And so we're going to scale that across our education system, because we believe that that will help our children to read better, faster, and help with their comprehension and pronunciation as well. So thank you both for your comments and remarks. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, may I ask you to invite the Minister of Housing to make a statement.
Give it up. Give it up. Madam Speaker, it is my pleasure to introduce to the Honourable House from Jamaica, but from the Caribbean on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, boosting our climate financing capabilities and strengthening our ability to respond to the impacts of climate change. Madam Speaker, green bonds, or climate bonds, are designed to raise money to fund projects that have a positive impact on our environment. The bonds are fixed income instruments designed specifically to support climate-related or environmental projects geared towards energy efficiency, clean transportation, pollution prevention, sustainable agriculture, fisheries, forestry,
the protection of aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems, clean water, and sustainable water management. This, Madam Speaker, is a new direction for Jamaica and an exciting venture for our bond market. Green bonds have been used, Madam Speaker, successfully by the World Bank, as well as other countries, as well as in countries, Europe, Africa, Asia, to raise capital for projects dedicated to advancing the climate agenda. Madam Speaker, in 2017, for example, green bond issuance accounted for $161 billion worth of investment worldwide, according to the rating agency Moody's. And by 2019, that figure jumped and ballooned to $257.5 billion. This year, estimated to go over $400 billion in 2021. Madam Speaker, members of the House are aware that small developing countries like Jamaica are challenged to sustain economic growth within our realities of high public debt on one hand, and to confront the ever-present threats and external shocks presented by a fast-warming climate on the other. The COVID-19 pandemic, Madam Speaker, has also inflicted its own vicious challenges on the economy and burdens on our people. So, Madam Speaker, the launch of this project represents a tangible step towards securing a better, greener future for our people by using the debt capital market as a source of financing for climate resilience and low-carbon development in Jamaica. It will also signal to our developmental partners that Jamaica is committed to climate action. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has one of the best managed stock exchanges in the world. We project that with the introduction of the green bonds, we will observe fundamental changes in the way investors, policymakers, and climate experts interact with the exchange so that we can redefine sustainability across debt capital markets. Madam Speaker, a measure of our commitment to climate action is Jamaica's updated nationally determined contribution, which has set targets for the implementation in the energy and land use or forestry sectors of very ambitious targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. What is clear, though, is that the public purse does not have the capacity to supply the large sums needed for their implementation. And so the bulk of the funding must come from international public finance sources and local and international private investments, and in this particular case, through green bonds or climate bonds. What we realize is that for Jamaica, Madam Speaker, to achieve our Vision 2030 National Development Plan, we must achieve the international commitments under the Paris Agreement. And we are proud to register that Jamaica is far on its way. Madam Speaker, several investors want to make profit and do good at the same time. Amazon, for instance, one of the largest, if not the largest company, issued a $1 billion green bond earlier this year to use funds to decrease carbon output and use electric vehicles, all towards their goal of powering operation using renewable energy totally by 2030 and achieving net carbon emissions by 2040. What it means, colleagues, is that the private sector involvement is key to how we weather the climate crisis. And while it is the position of this administration that the role of government is to provide the enabling policy and regulatory framework, it is our private sector that will have to lead on the implementation, not only because it has the financial capacity, but also because it just makes good business sense to build resilient. The private sector cannot be left behind in this fast-paced global transformation in climate-smart initiatives, and indeed, we intend for them to be a partner and leaders towards this change. The Green Bond Project is encouraging innovation in business and the introduction of new products and services featuring a shift to renewable energy and ultimately the reduction of our country's carbon footprint. And we encourage all of those young entrepreneurs coming out of our tertiary institutions and those who are right now finding ways to harvest water, finding ways to build their own solutions. We encourage them to look towards starting companies and sourcing support through these green bonds. The benefit from this direction will see what I define, Madam Speaker, as a generational shift in how we pursue our way of life while we protect our climate. So we encourage increased investment in climate-smart agricultural techniques, as well as the building of supply chains and infrastructure that are resilient to disasters and climate variability. Madam Speaker, another example of the kind of private sector-led climate action is the Coalition for Climate Resilient Investment. That is a private sector, global private sector-led initiative that is focused on advancing a predictive climate risk assessment planning tool for major infrastructure. What it means is that our development will not be ad hoc, but it will take into consideration the variables that relate to climate action. And Jamaica is the first country that will be testing this tool, which will be incorporated into our future planning towards sustainable development. Madam Speaker, wherever risk can be assessed better, it makes investment more attractive. Madam Speaker, Prime Minister, the Most Honourable Andrew Holness, in the Leaders' Summit on Climate hosted by President Biden, he advocated and reiterated the call for the $100 billion US per year to support climate action in developing countries. And we reiterate those calls for a global disaster fund to help cities recover from and manage disaster risk, for a risk-informed financing for disaster and climate events, for the use of vulnerability measures as the prime consideration in determining access for financing rather than only income criteria, and for the scaling up of debt for climate swaps to simultaneously address climate crisis and the systemic debt issues affecting already burdened developing countries. In closing, Madam Speaker, colleagues, the interest in green bonds keeps climbing, and this is going to only swell further as asset managers record across the world that they are coming under pressure from investors to identify and to advance environmentally sustainable causes. More and more people want to influence change through their investment. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I want to recognize the tremendous efforts of the Climate Change Division at my ministry, ably led by Ms. Uname Gordon and her team, as well as the team from the Jamaica Stock Exchange, led by Mrs. Marlene Street Forrest, for conceptualizing and executing this project. This is a very, very big deal globally. Acknowledgements also to our colleagues, the government of Dominica, for their participation and commitment to this project. And I wish also to commend and thank the Green Climate Fund for providing guidance and financial support through its readiness and preparatory support program. I'm excited about the possibilities and we anxiously await the completion of both the preparatory work and the eventual green bond listings on the stock exchange. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a very brief second statement, which perhaps you can take all questions from. Madam Speaker, let me turn quickly to another matter of importance. That is the government's efforts in partnership with the private sector and with the support of civil society and the general public to minimize pollution from plastics and microplastics. And we have had several discussions on the impact of that on our health because of the cycle of the passage of plastics into our ocean and inevitably to fish, birds, which we eat. The Honourable House, Madam Speaker, will recall that I made a statement in Parliament earlier this year on the status of the implementation of Phase 3 of the government's ban on specific types of single-use plastics. And Phase 3 focuses on those small straws that are attached to the juice pouches. At that time, we indicated that we would have a 6-month transition period, particularly because there was the need, considering all the circumstances, for the private sector to have some time to adopt and to have full compliance with the measures related to the single-use plastic straws that form part of the packaging of the juice boxes. Madam Speaker, I'm able to report that a number of private sector stakeholders have adopted the more environmentally sustainable practices and adjusted their operations to be compliant with the measures instituted to regulate specific types of single-use plastics. Indeed, I am particularly heartened to learn that some of the members of the sector are working assiduously to transition from plastics towards making their packaging 100% environmentally friendly, and we commend them. We commend those private sector stakeholders who have taken this bold step and continue to move towards efforts for a healthier and more sustainable environment for all Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, in 2019, we addressed the issue of those ordinary plastic straws, and now we're dealing specifically, as I said, with the smaller ones. While some private sector stakeholders have been able to make the necessary transitions, others have experienced challenges accessing a consistent supply of the alternatives due primarily to the disruptions in the global logistics supply chain as a result of the ongoing pandemic. In discussions with our partners in the private sector and further to the government's own assessment of the local market, it was deemed prudent to defer regulatory action with respect to the measures related to the straws in question for a minimum of 3 months to allow for the market to regularize. It is expected, we hope, that all members of the sector will be able to fully comply with the measures thereafter. What we intend to do during this period, Madam Speaker and colleagues, is to consult with our partners in the private sector and other key stakeholders locally and internationally. And based on these consultations, as well as assessments by the relevant regulatory agencies of the global and local market dynamics, we will determine if any adjustments thereafter are required. I just want to take the opportunity to advise Parliament and advise the country, and also to thank all Jamaicans who are going to the supermarkets with their recycled bag and their cloth bag, and all who continue to call for us to give support to their environmental clubs, who email us and ask for us to give them some guidelines for their beach cleanup and for their own community cleanup, and to the recycling partners of Jamaica and other partners who are advancing not just the ban, but the efforts towards collecting PET bottles, which is one of, if not the major problem that we have with plastics. So I want to thank all Jamaicans who continue to support and encourage all to be conscientious in the purchase of goods and services. Again, we think it is good for you to seek out those which are environmentally friendly and are derived from renewable sources. This is going to encourage business to bend towards that way and can only redound to the benefit of us all. Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues.
Madam Speaker, just a couple of questions. Minister, on the issue of the extension to September, as you rightly said, there have been quite a few disruptions because of COVID. What would be the factors that would determine whether you extend beyond September or whether you stick to that time frame? In addition to the disruptions, as you probably know, the cost of freight has gone up about 4 or 5 times, and raw materials as well, which will ultimately impact the cost. In relation to your first statement on the green bonds, could you be specific about who would be issuing the bonds? Is it envisioned that it would be the GOJ? And if not, is it going to be private sector led? If you could just be specific on how that process would work in terms of the bonds.
On the bonds, Minister, I was just wondering if you could explain what is it that would differentiate a bond that is a green bond from any other capital market debt borrowing. I assume it's not a GOJ borrowing because you've said in the statement that you made the public purse simply does not have the capacity to supply large sums needed for their implementation. It's not clear to me, though, who you envisage will be the issue of these bonds, and what is the hallmark that would determine it that it comes under this program. Is there some benefit to be derived from the investor or the issuer of it coming under this program? If so, what is that benefit? Is there fiscal benefit, some form of tax relief? Or is there a matching source of funds from one of these climate change funds that have been set up internationally? The statement doesn't really explain much about the way in which it works. And I'm interested to hear more as to what really is the hallmark of a green bond, what makes it a green bond, what benefits it would bring to the borrower of the money, the issuer of the bonds, or investors who fund the bonds. Whether there's any multilateral support, financial support for the green bonds or not, whether there'll be any other fiscal support from the government. And if you could also indicate what's the time frame for this commencing, it would be interesting to hear that as well. I mean, you've said that they have to be designed specifically to support climate-related or environmental projects geared towards certain public goods or private goods, energy efficiency, clean transportation, pollution prevention, sustainable agriculture, fisheries, forestry, protection of aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems, clean water, and sustainable water management. A number of these things are things that normally you'd expect the public sector to take the lead on. Energy efficiency, of course, the private sector would have a direct financial benefit to be derived from achieving that, so they may be minded to invest in that area. But, you know, tell us a bit more about how this is supposed to work, if you can. Thank you, Minister.
Just before you respond, I'd like to. I listen very carefully and see the several uses to which the revenues or the flows from such a bond would be used. And I wonder if you mentioned beach cleanup and clean water and all of that. But we face a particular issue now with the threat to our port, the port of Kingston, that is, with the flows from the Sandy Gully and the plastic that has been settled there for many, many years, and it's significant. Is a cleanup effort like that impacts the port in a very direct way, or at least minimize the risk to the port? Would that qualify for use of the funds, something like that?
Thank you, colleagues, for those questions. Let me start with the factors to extend. There is a technical working group that advises, in particular, on issues relating to the advancement of the minimization of plastic waste and the ban. And that technical working group comprised of NCRA, Customs, the technocrats from the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change, and other relevant authorities who do the necessary assessments and engagements across private sector and to review the local and international market dynamics with a view to to recommending to me what is the status and what would be the best approach. So the intention, member, is for the technical working group and myself to continue to have consistent dialogue and continue our assessments while we come to a determination as to what the best approach will be given the circumstances with the pandemic and otherwise. You mentioned also cost. And what we have done is we've tried to, in every step, have the conversation with the JMEA and other stakeholders as to the long-term benefits of the transition. There will be some immediate cost. What I can tell you is that we have full support of every single stakeholder as to moving towards the outcome. Yes, there are some concerns as to the steps towards that, but there's a full understanding of the long-term need, not desire, long-term need for Jamaica because of our peculiar vulnerabilities to take these steps. And we will continue to be leaders as it relates to environmental sustainability. Moving to the Green Bond. The Green Bond is going to be private sector led. It will be the stock exchange and the private sector that will be issuing. There is an intention to have a 12-month, or there will be a 12-month market assessment, which is going to be led through support from the GCF, and they'll be floated like any other bond on the exchange. My hope, and I think the hope of all of us, is that the kinds of projects that it will attract and encourage and inspire will be projects that help to clean up the harbour, will be projects that drive clean water, will be projects that advance agricultural sustainability. And yes, those are variabilities that can be factored in, but what we're doing with the distinction of the Green Bond is to make those not just optional, but those are now the priority variables, because we understand the need to advance sustainable development. As I said, people are thirsty to influence through their investment. And yes, there may, in some circumstances, not be as high a yield, but ultimately, what we find based on the posture across international markets is that you have investors who, despite the differences in yield, are eager to make this kind of issuance and support and investment because they know that their money is making profit while they also make a positive difference. Throughout the period, remember, we will be having further discussions and consultations, and I will invite the opposition as well to come and to have direct conversation with the stock exchange and my team so that we can work together to advance the best and most sustainable project for Jamaica.
Madam Speaker, it is our intention to proceed now with the other areas of the agenda, and I would indicate, Madam Speaker, that the matters relating to question and answers to question, the time having passed, will in fact be overtaken by the stipulated time. I would ask that we defer that until next week. The member in whose name those questions stood is quite agreeable to it, and so is a member who was ready with the answers. And so in order to facilitate, Madam Speaker, the Cuban ambassador who is present with us in the chamber for the purposes of dealing with the traditional motion, I would respectfully ask that we proceed, Madam Speaker, to just motions to be given orally so as to facilitate that motion in addition to motions standing in my name, and then we proceed strictly to public business. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question before the House is that there is a suspension of the standing orders to allow us to move specifically to the item notices of motions given orally, and after that to the item public business. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, before I move the motion in my name, yes, the member from, is it East Central, is it? East Central St. Catherine will now move the appropriate motion with regards to the Cuban resolution.
Minister, just before you do, I crave the indulgence of the Parliament this afternoon to welcome wholeheartedly Ambassador Inez Forres Fernandez to the sitting of Parliament. I cannot see her wonderful husband here with us, but our the warm wishes that we extend to you are extended to him as well. Ambassador is sitting with us this evening. Her tour of duty in Jamaica has come to an end, and we're particularly happy and thankful for her and all that she has engaged in and done while here in Jamaica. And we are especially happy today to have her and honored, and in that we are tabling and will be taking today the Cuban resolution. And we wish for you and your husband good health and continued success in all you do in the future.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of this House, I will move that whereas this Honourable House has on several occasions approved a motion in support of Cuba's resolution submitted in the United Nations General Assembly entitled Necessity of Ending Economic, Commercial and Financial Embargo imposed by the United States of America against Cuba. And whereas the 59-year-old policy of economic blockade remains in place despite the fact that 184 member states of the United Nations, including Jamaica, representing the vast majority of the international community, voted this year in favor of the resolution. And whereas there are no normal banking relations between Cuba and the United States, and with implications for relations with the international banking system, and whereas the restrictions on Cuba's international financial transactions, including those with multinational organizations for cooperation with the island, has intensified with the implementation of the blockade policy, and whereas, despite the establishment of diplomatic relations in 2015, tourism from the United States to Cuba effectively remains illegal. And whereas, despite the fact that the United States government has tightened the blockade against Cuba with amendments to the Cuban Assets Control Regulations to impose increased restrictions on travel, the processing of remittances and hotel accommodation properties in 2019 and 2020. And whereas the blockade, in its essence and in its aim, constitutes an act of unilateral aggression and represents the transgression of the right to peace, development and security of a sovereign state, as well as a permanent threat to the stability of a member state of the United Nations. And whereas the blockade represents a violation of international law and is contrary to the purpose and principles of the United Nations Charter and to the norms governing international trade and freedom of navigation. And whereas international humanitarian law prohibits any embargo on raw materials for food and medicine, even in wartime, and Cuba continues to be unable to trade even food and medicine with subsidiaries of US companies in third-party countries. And whereas the United States of America has broadened the restricted list of Cuban entities and sub-entities that are the object of additional tax sanctions due to blockade regulations. And whereas the continuation of the pandemic has worsened the impact of the embargo, in particular with efforts to procure vaccinations and the material for producing its own vaccines, which are the best way to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the economic, commercial and financial blockade constitutes the principal obstacle for the development of the Cuban economy and hinders the implementation of the country's national plan for economic and social development, as well as the Agenda 2030 and its sustainable development goals. And whereas Jamaica's national interests are concerned with the impact of continuation of the blockade and the extraterritorial application of laws of the United States of America regulating transactions between Jamaica and Cuba directly and indirectly. And whereas governments committed to the norms of the multilateral trading system, to the freedom of trade and navigation, to the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, to international law, and the rejection of extraterritorial application of a national law, voted again on Wednesday the 23rd of June 2021 in favor of the resolution at the United Nations General Assembly. Be it resolved that this Honourable House expresses itself on the morality, legality and desirability of this decades-old blockade against Cuba, calls for the renewed dialogue between the United States of America and Cuba, and for the lifting of the United States embargo against Cuba. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to make this motion.
Member, we already had the approval. We already had the approval of Parliament for the suspension of the standing orders, and so we will move right away to the item public business.
Madam Speaker, on the item of public business, I invite you to ask the member from East Central St. Catherine to commence the debate, a motion of which he just had approval. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Member?
If it so pleases you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this spring, the Foreign Minister of Cuba, Minister Bruno Rodriguez, he tweeted, political ideology... Yes. Certainly.
The motion was read. Members, I want, just before we start the debate, to put to you the motion. The motion that was read by the member. I seek the approval of this House. Those in favor? Those against?
Madam Speaker,
the ayes have it. The standing orders.
Yes. In that the member would then ask for the motion to be approved, and thereafter...
There was a suspension, Madam Clerk, of the standing orders for us to go to public business. I did ask.
Madam Speaker, at this time, might I ask...
Point of order. Madam Speaker, isn't it that we debate the motion and then call for the approval of the motion? Is that we going to... Okay, so you okay.
We need to seek the approval of the House, which was not done.
Madam Speaker, at this point, I wish to ask approval of the House to commence the debate on the motion, which has now been raised.
Question of the House, the question before the House is that approval be given to the member for the motion to be moved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Member?
Madam Speaker, this spring, the Cuban Foreign Minister, Minister Bruno Rodriguez, tweeted, "Political and ideological differences are no impediments to a respectful and civilized relationship with our neighbors." Madam Speaker, I wish to echo the sentiments of the Foreign Minister, Bruno Rodriguez, in this House. For centuries, this embargo has caused much financial harm to the people of Cuba. It has resulted in a great injustice that must be described as a global travesty to the people of Cuba. Madam Speaker, for decades, the United Nations has voted and continuously voted more than 20 times that this unlawful and illegal blockade be removed from Cuba. Notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, the United States of America, and I believe on Wednesday of last week, the United States and Israel were the sole two nations that voted for the continuance of the blockade. Madam Speaker, at some point, the international community must move beyond this difference of political ideology that sees the labeling of our neighbors in Cuba as an island, a territory that supports or otherwise sponsors terrorism. Madam Speaker, the Cubans have always been a friend to humanity. For decades long, notwithstanding the pandemic, Madam Speaker, notwithstanding several global pandemics, be it the Ebola virus and now the coronavirus, Cuba continues to send its doctors and nurses across the globe to assist countries, be they deemed first world, be they deemed countries of the third world. Madam Speaker, Cuba continues to be a friend to humanity. Even now, the recent reports read as it relates to combating the coronavirus, notwithstanding the embargo and the blockade against Cuba, Cuba has managed to run successful trials of its own vaccine, with recent reports suggesting that the efficacy of this vaccine is 92% effective against the coronavirus. Madam Speaker, in a world where several third world countries, including our own island state, have spoken about the lack of vaccines and the hoarding of vaccines by first world country, this embargo does not help the rest of humanity, certainly from a medical and health perspective. Madam Speaker, imagine the possibilities if within the region of the Caribbean and Latin America, were Cuba able to get the requisite resources to continue to do research on a vaccine. You know, milady, Madam Speaker, when we think of just recently in Jamaica, when our minister announced that we had some 13,000 plus vaccines left. Luckily, the news out of Jamaica today is that we have thousands more vaccines coming from, again, our partners in the Latin American region, our partners in Mexico, and we thank them for that. Madam Speaker, imagine the possibilities if Cuba were able to do the requisite research, get the raw material that it needs. Cuba could also be a player within the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, and would be able to supply us all with the vaccinations that we need, notwithstanding the hoarding of some first world nations. Madam Speaker, in the field of education, again, just like in health, Cuba continues to send globe, including here in Jamaica, to help us with our foreign language. Prime Minister Andrew Holness has long held that it is a policy of our government to make Spanish the key foreign language in Jamaica, and certainly with the assistance of our Cuban teachers, this is becoming far and more a reality now that Spanish is being taught across several high schools and now several primary schools in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, having regard to all the matters noted within the embargo. And I'm mindful of the time and that other members wish to speak, including Member Hanna, who has always spoken in this matter, and also the Attorney General, who I believe, well, may or may not still be here, but who has also spoken in this matter. My lady, I wish to remind the House that the blockade, in essence, is considered by the international community to be an act of unilateral aggression, and it represents a transgression of the right to peace, development, and the security of the sovereign state of Cuba and the human development of its people. Madam Speaker, finally, were I able to speak in this House in another language, I would say, for the benefit of Madam Ambassador and nuestros hermanos y hermanas aquí en Cuba, que la gente de Jamaica siempre considere que la gente de Cuba no somos solo vecinos, pero también somos una familia grande del Caribe, y siempre Cuba tiene el apoyo de Jamaica, porque para nosotros creemos en la estabilidad de Cuba, en la libertad de Cuba y también en los derechos fundamentales de la gente de Cuba. Hasta la victoria, siempre. If it so pleases you, my lady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recently, we've all been inescapably privy to the intense human suffering and loss, certainly of lives, amidst the daily violence between Israel and Palestine. No doubt we all long for the day when this confrontation is replaced with conciliation towards a negotiated, sustainable solution which fully respects the rights to self-determination of the Palestinian people and the right of Israel to exist. However, achieving peace and tolerance of different economic, religious, and political systems require more than just wishful thinking, Madam Speaker. It requires unrelenting, fearless political action from global leaders intent on protecting people's human rights. As we recognize this need for the Middle East, we must also see the same need for our own region and assist our neighbors who are being unfairly stifled by the unjustified dominion of larger countries. It has been nearly 60 years since the United States imposed an economic embargo on Cuba. The world has changed in profound ways over the course of the last 6 decades. Since then, the USSR has been dissolved. Communist China continues to lend more money to the United States than any other country in the world, and the Cold War has ended. Not only has the embargo failed, but it has imposed severe hardship on the people of Cuba and deprived both the United States and Cuba of valuable trade, investment, tourism, and cultural exchanges. No doubt this ban on trade policy introduced by the United States at the time of a very bitter Cold War was a drastic show of strength in reaction to their fears that communism would spread across their third border, which was the Caribbean. In an attempt to circumvent the U.S. embargo restrictions and cement their sovereignty, Cuba's former leader, Fidel Castro, committed to build a robust health sector to produce their own vaccines and medications. His government focused their investment on biotechnology and immunology. Today, Cuba is one of the few developing nations known for a number of medical breakthroughs, which include the only effective treatment for serious diabetic ulcers. Additionally, they have the capabilities to produce and export their own vaccines, including the first vaccine, Madam Speaker, to treat meningitis B, and also another one to treat dengue fever that they export to over 30 different nations around the world. Currently, of the 27 coronavirus global vaccines in final stage testing, 2 are Cuban. Cuba aims to manufacture 100 million doses of their Sovereign 2 vaccine to supply not only their population with a surplus, but also to export to assist poorer countries. Madam Speaker, this is why it is incomprehensible to accept that the embargo is still in place, which is the sentiment of the international community, who for nearly 30 years, has resoundingly registered their condemnation at the United Nations by voting in favor of the resolution calling for an end to the economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed by the United States on Cuba. Moreover, the United Nations Human Rights Rapporteurs last year urged the United States to lift the sanctions on the island in light of the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Instead, the embargo has been intensified, which has created additional burdens on the financial stability of the country and deeply affected their delivery of healthcare services to Cubans, due in large part to delayed shipping as a result of their inability to access vital medical supplies, especially syringes, Madam Speaker, for their vaccines. Additionally, the outgoing administration of the United States compounded the difficulty for the country's banking transactions when they put Cuba on the list of state-sponsored terrorism. Madam Speaker, when it was deemed harmful to support Cuba after 1962, Michael Manley showed unrelenting support and led a united front with Barbados, Guyana, and Trinidad and Tobago to establish diplomatic relations with Cuba in 1972, being the first in the Western Hemisphere. Since then, the policies of the PNP administration have been founded on the respect for sovereignty of nations, the respect for human rights and the citizens of countries, and a non-aligned stance. The government, Madam Speaker, and people of Cuba are well aware of our administration's, this side's friendship and strong solidarity over the years. And over the years, Jamaica has demonstrated our support, cooperation, and partnership. Our two countries, Madam Speaker, have shared mutually beneficial bilateral programs, especially in sport, education, and health. And the Minister from East Central St. Catherine alluded to some of them earlier. However, the embargo has not allowed the full potential of our relationship with Cuba or the United States to flourish. It is time to recognize that the end of the embargo is not just a U.S.-Cuba issue, but one crucial to the national interests of Caribbean countries, many of whom have benefited from Cuba's kindness. The collective economic development of the Caribbean has been impaired as the embargo inhibits trade, investment, and tourism with a market of over 30 million people. Jamaica, with its geographical location, is ideally suited as a coordination port for supplies and business services to Cuba. We all already positioned ourselves as an international transportation hub for the operation of large ships, especially from Asia and the Far East. Cuba will be important to these transshipment decisions. The embargo, as embodied in a raft of pieces of legislation at the core, which is the Helms-Burton Act, constitutes serious deterrence, Madam Speaker, to both our nations expanding our economies for growth. This act in particular, enacted in 1996 to strengthen the embargo, applies U.S. law extraterritorially to associated parties of U.S. companies. So, for example, in 2006, the Bank of Nova Scotia in Jamaica decided to end banking services to Cubans living and doing businesses in Jamaica. And, Madam Speaker, I actually visited with Ambassador this morning to thank her for her tour here in Jamaica. And one of the things that really hurt me was when she said that right now, as a paying country, and the International Seabed Authority is a United Nations facilitator for countries, and they normally pay in Canadian dollars. They could not even pay their dues to be a part of the International Seabed Authority because of these kinds of banking relations that are currently existing. Madam Speaker, times have changed, and now over 80% of Cuban Americans believe the embargo has not worked, and 68% are in favor of maintaining and expanding businesses and relationships by American companies in Cuba. With new leadership in the White House, perhaps it's time for our friends in the North to rethink their position and dismantle the embargo using the precedent consistent with their approaches of reconciliation with countries such as Vietnam. As a matter of urgency, our Jamaican leadership should claim as a part of its foreign affairs mission to act as a principled interlocutor to help both proud nations negotiate a solution for the removal, Madam Speaker, of this outdated, counterproductive, hostile, and oppressive embargo, and restore dignity to the relationships in our region. We are so much better situated than other countries as we understand the history, culture of both the United States and Cuba, and we have contributed to the growth and development of both countries with the export of our human resources, services, and goods, and have much more at stake, Madam Speaker, in a negotiated solution. Furthermore, I would dare say that both nations trust us, given our long-standing support and mutual respect. Therefore, Madam Speaker, let us act on the 2014 declaration of then-President Barack Obama, when he acknowledged, and quote, "This particular policy has failed," end quote, by remaining resolute at the United Nations, mobilizing our CARICOM partners in the struggle, and use our enormous influence in the G77 and China and the ACP to ensure that our Cuban brothers and sisters experience full freedom in our lifetime, Madam Speaker. We on this side have always and will continue to support the ending of the embargo on the Cuban people. Viva Cuba!
Member Paulwell and then Member Paulwell did indicate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I certainly would have allowed the member to go before me, but yes, I wanted to thank the member from East Central, St. Catherine, for yet again, on behalf of this Parliament, both sides, to bring this motion, and it really is a testimony to how far we have come, that we have total unanimity on this issue, and commendations to both sides. And Madam Speaker, normally I would have come clean-shaven, but today I want to, in endorsing and supporting this motion, pay tribute to the architect of the Cuban experiment, the Cuban Revolution, Soy Fidel Castro. Yes, I speak a little Spanish as well, un poquito. Madam Speaker, Fidel would this year be 95 years. He died after 90 years of existence. But Fidel is going to go down in history as arguably one of the greatest leaders of the 20th century. Fidel gave the true meaning to what an internationalist means and the policy of internationalism. You know, we speak about what Cuba has achieved internally, but sometimes we ignore what they have achieved externally. Some of the great efforts at liberation of struggles were spearheaded by Cuba under the leadership of Fidel. When we think about Angola and the thousands of Cuban soldiers who fought, lost their lives, but eventually were successful. When we speak about the ending of apartheid, had it not been for Cuba, and yes, Jamaica and the rest of the world did play its part, but the country that shed blood was Cuba, and we want to salute them. You know, Madam Speaker, Fidel was also a regionalist. He loved the countries in this region, and probably Jamaica was his favorite. I recall when we were discussing energy, and there was a discussion between himself and myself about energy conservation. and why the Cubans were leading this effort. So I said to him, how come you, with all the issues and troubles of this world, you are able to work out how an energy-saving device could save you a precise amount of wattage and so on. And he was able to use his pencil to calculate how much savings in a home you could get through energy-saving bulbs. And he said to me, you know, when you are fighting a struggle, then a revolution, and you have to ensure that every bullet counts, because they didn't have large supplies, and conservation was a crucial aspect of engaging in warfare and surviving, and that he became accustomed to that level of conservation, and it was easy an extension to get it into the energy area. I want to pay tribute for the role that Fidel played in the establishment of Petrocaribe. We laud former President Hugo Chavez for the leadership of that great initiative, but Fidel was side by side. In fact, Fidel gave the ideological underpinning and support for what became the salvation of countries in our region, especially during that period between 2008 and 2010. So, Madam Speaker, no praise can be too much for that great architect of freedom of the Cuban people, for the tremendous strides that they have made in all the areas that we are going to acknowledge today, in education, in health, in energy, you name it. Cuba, with all its limitations and the embargo, they have been able to survive and to live with their neighbors in a principled and distinguished manner. So today I want to pay tribute to Fidel. I want to acknowledge the work of our outgoing ambassador, Inez, to wish her and her husband well, as no doubt she is going to be recognized for the hard work that she has done in Jamaica, and I suspect she's going to be getting more and better work in the time ahead. So we want to salute her, thank her for her service, and again we say, sorry Fidel. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, as an individual who could very well be called Habanera, one from Havana, I speak today and add my voice to those in this House who are commending the decision of the UN General Assembly on June 23, 2021, when 184 countries voted yes, 2 no, and 3 abstained. By any means, this was an overwhelming majority, and this was for the 29th time in a row since 1992. I think it was only 2020 where we didn't have that vote. Jamaica has long taken a position acknowledging the violation of human rights and of the Cuban people that the blockade embodies. What is needed is action. So the motion has been passed, resolution passed, and year on year that has been so. We here in Jamaica, we have also added our voice over the years. And as was said earlier, I believe is a testament to how far we have come. I certainly remember the days when any connection you had with Cuba, you had to whisper it. And you had to look to see who was hearing, because you know that there was a price on your back to acknowledge that. Today we can openly acknowledge our association with Cuba and give thanks for the immense contribution that the Cuban people have made to so many spheres of life in Jamaica. Listen, man, Gabriel Macea High School, just one of them, absolutely. Jose Marti, G.C. Foster, and not to mention the teachers, the nurses, the doctors, yeah, and so on. What is actually needed, though, to really make a change is action, and is action from the U.S. Congress to lift the economic, commercial, and financial blockade that has been a stranglehold on the Cuban economy, affecting almost every single aspect of life for 5 decades. On April 19th this year, President Miguel Diaz-Canel said, "Nobody," and I quote, "nobody with an ounce of honesty and publicly available economic data can disregard the fact that this has been the main obstacle to the country's development and our quest for prosperity and well-being." When we hear that and we listen to that, we understand just how much this has affected the Cuban people. The last 15 months have been particularly difficult for all of us worldwide, and particularly so given the impact of the pandemic. It is harder for Cuba to acquire medical equipment needed to improve COVID-19, to develop COVID-19 vaccines, or even equipment for food production. Looking forward, I'm looking forward, Madam Speaker, like others, to the President of the United States reviewing, as he has promised, this hostile policy and making substantial change in policy. Now is the time for us to end the unilateral U.S. measures against Cuba in violation of the rules of international trade. I want to thank all those countries and organizations and institutions who have donated lab equipment, protective gears, ventilators, and so on to Cuba. And I want to actually make a call and encourage persons here in Jamaica as well to assist Cuba in purchasing syringes to support their vaccine activities. Something as simple as syringes. Because of the blockade, they would need assistance. I'm glad that we are now doing this in terms of expressing our support for the resolution. I'm sorry, though, that we could not have been counted amongst those countries prior to the decision itself being made on June 23rd, who would have carried out activities, solidarity activities, to show our support prior to that. But the truth is that we are here, and extremely glad that we are able to add our voice. Madam Speaker, as I end, I know that I cannot speak in another language in the Parliament. And if I could, de verdad que hubiera darle las gracias a la embajadora. Le hubiera dicho que nosotros como jamaicanos tenemos todo en el corazón, que les amamos. Estamos obligados al pueblo cubano por todo lo que han hecho para este Jamaica, nuestra isla. Madam Speaker, as I end, let me once again thank the Cuban ambassador as she ends her tour. Ambassador Inez Force Fernandez has been a sister, a friend, family to many, many Jamaicans. She has been inside homes, she has been in communities that many other diplomats would not dare to go. And she has brought us into her heart. When she leaves with her husband, she leaves with a piece of all of us, recognizing the tremendous contribution that Cuba has made to the people of Jamaica. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I rise to join the chorus of colleagues in this House in support of the UN General Assembly move to calling on the ending of the embargo against Cuba and the Cuban people. Madam Speaker, I have had sufficient experience and exposure to the Cuban people, both through visits, indeed through some field research work while I was doing my doctoral thesis, and spent some time looking at the efforts of that population to overcome adversities linked to an embargo that effectively restricted their ability to freedom of choice, expression, effort, and indeed even reward. And Madam Speaker, I have to conclude a couple of things. First of all, after such a long time, even with differences in the initial stages, which one appreciates given that we have differences from time to time, after such a long time, one can only conclude that this embargo is unjust and has had significant negative consequences on a people, many of whom have no idea why it is in place, because we have seen significant generational change. So, even for that reason alone, I believe the embargo should end. But there are several other reasons, obviously. One other observation that I would like to make is the extent to which, even with the embargo, the Cuban people have, to my mind, demonstrated to the world their tenacity, their capacity, their resoluteness, their determination to exist as a sovereign, independent country, even with the adversities that they have had to face. And I believe, and I'm speaking now wearing the cap as Minister of Health and Wellness, maneuvering with the support of my colleagues, a global pandemic, I believe that the Cuban people have demonstrated the type of determination and innovation under the most adverse circumstances represented by this long embargo that is probably second to none other nation in the world over the last number of decades. You only have to visit the country, as many of you have, I am sure, to see the extent to which the application of innovation to survive, to exist, to cater to the population has led to a country that has evolved into certainly one that can boast significant achievements. And indeed, as we compare ourselves with that country, where we never had that kind of circumstances and context, we have benefited, as so many others have, from that level of creativity and innovation. In healthcare, I have to recognize the relationship that we have shared, and frankly speaking, that the Jamaican people have benefited from over many, many years because of the capacity of the Cuban society, building out the infrastructure, creating the circumstances for significant training of healthcare professionals. Not just Jamaicans who have gone there, and several have, but among Cuban people, where I believe that that country can boast, if not the only, one of few countries in the world where the export of healthcare professionals to support adversity in so many other countries can be catalogued and proven and demonstrates the extent to which that country has been able to find a space in influencing and supporting a global agenda. The last check I made, Cuban doctors and nurses were in over 40 countries throughout the world, giving support to countries that need that support. And if I am to speak directly about this country, when the COVID-19 pandemic struck, when our first case appeared on March 10th, I believe it was March 23rd, that we had 150 Cuban medical professionals arriving at the airport in Kingston, doctors and nurses trained in emergency care to the rescue of the Jamaican people. And this was done clearly while they had to contend with that very same threat, because it's a global threat. And I really have to express, in support of this resolution, my thanks and my appreciation, and to use that example to demonstrate the talent, the innovation, and the commitment to the world by the Cuban people and the Cuban government. But there are so many other examples in public health. The Cuban Eye Care program. Over the last number of years, that particular area of focus has worked with significant value added, largely because of Cuban medical professionals who have been here, based at the National Chest Hospital. And, we had a meeting yesterday, I believe, Ambassador and her team and my team, bidding her farewell and thanking her for her service. And I want to place on record our appreciation. And we reflected on the importance of that program and the need to advance, where possible, that program. But again, I served in agriculture many years ago, and I recall visiting Cuba, yes, eat what you grow, grow what you eat. And I was impressed with the approach to food security, born out of initially the necessity of it because of the embargo. But out of that came innovation in so many ways, where that country was able not just to grow its food, to feed its large population, large in the context of Jamaica, but as exposed as they are to natural disasters, hurricanes primarily, their disaster management system rarely makes a mistake in terms of mobilization and protection when a disaster strikes. You rarely lose a life. That's certainly what I have seen and what I have read, because the entire country is mobilized around protecting each other. And I think that's an important lesson for us to learn. And certainly during my tenure there, trying to understand and appreciate that particular field, looking at how they have advanced in a number of areas, that certainly registered to me strongly. Madam Speaker, I think it is impatient of debate that the world coming out of this COVID experience recognizes that we must be able to differ while still showing respect to the pursuits of self-determination, of economic and social policies, because the world, in a sense, is getting smaller. Smaller in the sense that access is easier, and out of that access comes a lot of good, but it also creates a lot of risks. And as we attempt to overcome COVID, the truth is that if we don't apply an approach that protects the entire world, then all of us are vulnerable. And there's no more that message is manifested than in the vaccine diplomacy that we face currently. There's no part of the world that we can leave exposed because it will come right back at us. And I believe that is the principle in which I think the Cuban people and the Cuban population should be allowed to be integrated in the global community in the truest sense. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, I join those who say, let us give Cuba the support they deserve as they continue to give the world the support whenever the world needs it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the vote at the United Nations last week, which comes as no surprise because it was only the 30th time that the world has been sending the same message that the blockade is outdated, it is wrong, morally and legally bankrupt, and should be ended. But rather than repeating much of what has been said here today, and a lot has been said, all of which I support, I want to make a few points. I recall when I served as foreign minister, I had a discussion with a former Secretary of State in the United States. We shall remain nameless for the time being. And she raised some questions about why it is that Jamaica and other CARICOM countries would not speak out against Cuba's human rights and their support for terrorism and all kinds of things, most of which I did not recognize and none of which I agreed with. At the end of it, I said to her, Madam Foreign Secretary, our Secretary of State, you and I as Foreign Minister for Jamaica, and you as Secretary of State for the United States, cannot discuss Cuba in any meaningful way. And she looked at me and said, well, why are you saying that? And my answer was that Cuba, for the United States, is no longer a foreign policy matter. It is a domestic political issue. And as such, as Foreign Minister, I cannot interfere with the United States' internal politics, and therefore I cannot discuss the matter of Cuba with her. Madam Speaker, it's high time that we recognize the falsehood and really the sham around Cuba, because the truth is Cuba has, for whatever the concerns have been, the objective, if the objective of the embargo was to bring about regime change in Cuba, it has failed. If the objective of the embargo was to limit Cuba's internationalism, meaning its outreach to the rest of the world in so many different ways, much of which has been adumbrated here, then it has failed, clearly. And if the embargo was to limit Cuba's scientific and other pursuits in education, in health, and in so many other ways, then it has failed miserably. So, but what it has managed to do is to disfigure the Cuban economy and society, and with it, the Jamaican and CARICOM economy and society. Because in many ways, a lot of us are under the false notion that the embargo only affects Cuba. It does not. It does not. The embargo impacts Jamaica and CARICOM in very direct ways. It interferes with our normal relations that we should have, would have, and need to have with Cuba in so many different ways. The Ems-Burton legislation is particularly offensive because it seeks to have extraterritorial application way beyond the jurisdictional limits of the United States. And it must therefore be resisted. But Madam Speaker, the Cuban people have demonstrated their commitment to values over materialism, sound fundamental values over materialism. And I only need to point to one such. The Cuban people, while poor in material things in many respects because of the, and in every respect because of the embargo, have been very clear and consistent in its policies, that the little that it has, it is prepared to share with the rest of the world. The little that it has, so much of what it has, it is prepared always to share with the international community. So, Madam Speaker, we don't recognize Cuba as no terrorist state in our midst. We do not recognize Cuba as one fomenting and fostering terrorism. Cuba is a state that has contributed to the human development, contributed to Jamaica's own economic and social development, and that of the rest of the Caribbean, and I would say Latin America and beyond. So, Madam Speaker, Jamaica must, and I join my colleague from St. Ann Southeast in saying that we must pursue a foreign policy aimed at coordinating the forces against the embargo to bring an end to this. My one regret is that we didn't have this debate before Wednesday passed. And let me say why. Although we're having this debate, and I'm very glad, and the House Leader and I have had the discussion, so I understand. But when we first moved this motion, I recall a member of the then government saying, in this House, on the record, why are we pursuing this discussion? It's baseless. It's not going to change anything. And that we shouldn't waste our time. My response then was, in international affairs, solidarity matters. And it may take years of simply talking, but it has a way of impacting the actions of nation states eventually. This was a resolution moved then. I'm pleased that, as I said then, that we have a common, that the House is where we are today, that this Parliament can speak with one voice about Cuba and the need for Cuba to be integrated in this hemisphere and into this region. And that we are clear. And I think our foreign policy must therefore be in pursuit of that. Madam Speaker, in closing my contribution, I couldn't end without recognizing the ambassador of Cuba to Jamaica. Ambassador Fernandez has come, she has served, and she is about to come to the end of her tour of duty. But I'll say that her contribution will not long be forgotten. We will remember her contribution because it has been indelibly etched in the minds of Jamaicans. We thank you for coming, and we wish you Godspeed, and we say, Viva Cuba.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the motion, and I rise to lend my voice to the call for the lifting of the embargo. I lament the lateness that we were not able to do this resolution last week before the vote was taken in the UN. You know, Madam Speaker, times have changed, and I should like to think that when the powers that be thought of this embargo, they perhaps thought it was the right thing to do. But so much has happened over the decades. And I think what is now clear is that even if it were well intended from the perspective that it was devised, it has turned out to be wrong. And so, Madam Speaker, there is never a wrong time to do what is right. And I say that if the embargo were meant to benefit the people, then lifting it will definitely benefit the people. It takes real maturity and an abiding commitment to do right, to actually do right. And so I too stand in solidarity. And if you permit me, Madam Speaker, to repeat in the language of the people of Cuba, si el embargo estaba destinado a beneficiar a las personas, el levantamiento definitivamente los beneficiará. Se necesita madurez real y un compromiso constante para hacer lo correcto, para hacer lo correcto. Jamaica es amiga de Cuba. May it so please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the members for offering their support and lending their voice to this motion. As noted by all speakers, Cuba is by no means a pariah state. Cuba is by no means a state that sponsors terrorism. Cuba has always been a friend to humanity. The embargo and the recently imposed limit on remittances to Cuba have done nothing but to result in the inhumane, harsh, and cruel treatment of the people of Cuba. In all circumstances, Madam Speaker, the embargo unilaterally imposed is unjust, has no basis in law, and in keeping with the promises and the utterances made by the present administration leading up to the elections in the United States of America of 2020, then that period of rapprochement, the détente between the people of Cuba as envisioned by the Obama administration, ought to be continued in the interest not only of our brothers and sisters in Cuba, but in the interest of all humanity. If it so pleases, Madam Speaker, I ask that the motion be carried that shows the support of the people of Jamaica to have the embargo against Cuba lifted. I thank you.
The question is that the motion for Cuban Resolution Order 2021 be carried. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader, would you?
Madam Speaker, it is intended to revert to the standing, the agenda, and for us to take a few will please the announcements by the clerk and to follow through to the motions given orally, and then we go to public business, at which time we will take one matter for the rest of the evening, and that will be the debate on the gaming bill. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
So, House Leader, I'm just going to quickly go back, recommitting from announcements so that we just quickly go through the agenda. Those in favor? Those opposed? The ayes have it. Announcements?
Laid on the table of the House today is a copy of Ministry Paper number 44 of 2021 and annual reports of the SCJ Holdings Limited for the years October 2010 to September 30, 2011, and October 2011 to March 2012. Ministry Paper number 45 of 2021, an annual report on audited financial statements of the National Irrigation Commission for the year 2017-2018. Annual report on audited financial statements of the Jamaica Bauxite Institute Limited for the year 2019-2020, and the annual report on audited financial statements of the Jamaica Railway Corporation for the year 2017-2018.
Thank you. Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate. To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 25th day of June 2021, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Act to validate and confirm as lawful the actions of the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica and the members of the Council in granting or conferring, as the case may require, in good faith in the purported exercise of their functions, degrees, diplomas, certificates, and other academic awards and distinctions, and to validate and confirm as lawful the awards and distinctions so granted and conferred during the period January 1, 1993 to the date of commencement of this Act, to provide indemnification in respect thereof and for connected matters, was passed in the Senate without amendment. Signed, Thomas Tavares Vinson, OJCDQC, JP, President of the Senate.
Petitions, papers, reports from committee, notices of motions given orally. Of motions given orally.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I crave the indulgence of the House to appreciate that interregnum a while ago. The leader of opposition business had an exchange with us, which we quite understand in part, but we have to finish that discussion. Madam Speaker, I beg to move to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved with reference to the resolution approved by this Honourable House on the 8th day of December 2020, appointing a select committee to sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Senate to consider the COVID-19 pandemic and related matters, that the committee be allowed to hold virtual meetings, whether wholly virtual or partly virtual and partly physical, utilizing available information and communication technologies in the manner more specifically outlined below. Preserving the rights, powers and privileges, including voting rights, normally accorded to a member of a committee. The committee is empowered to 1. Convene and hold meetings in virtual spaces created using information and communication technologies, which will be considered meetings for the purpose of the mandate of this committee. Allow access and participation from remote locations, as are enabled by means of information and virtual technologies by members and other persons authorized by the committee. 3. Include members accessing and participating from remote locations as a part of its quorum. 4. Receive, consider, deliberate on, and respond to feedback and submissions in formats, modes, and media, and via platforms, mode, and media enabled by means of information and communication technologies from any person. And 5thly, consider any and all information generated, communicated, and received via formats, platforms, modes, or media as enabled by means of information and communication technologies as forming a part of the record of these committee meetings. And be it resolved that any meeting held by the committee in the manner prescribed above, prior to the approval of this resolution, be deemed a duly constituted meeting of the committee. And be it further resolved that the committee be empowered to sensitize citizens and canvass their views by utilizing available information and communication technologies to conduct virtual town hall meetings and to engage in other forms of public consultation. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion.
Questions and answers to questions.
Madam Speaker.
Motions.
Madam Speaker. At the expiration of 21 days, I intend to ask the...
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, it is now beyond 5:30 and permission. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that permission be granted for question and answers to questions be extended beyond 5:30 as stipulated by the standing orders.
The question before the House is that the time be extended for questions and answers to questions. Those in favour? Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, at the expiration of 21 days, I intend to ask the Minister of Finance questions that have been tabled in my name.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the House, motions for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Madam Speaker, I now move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled The Sisters of Mercy of Jamaica, British West Indies, Validation, Indemnification and Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you.
A bill shortly entitled The Sisters of Mercy of Jamaica, British West Indies, Validation, Indemnification and Amendment Act 2021, read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill.
Thank you. House Leader, Public Business.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier with regards to the virtual meeting of the COVID-19 committee.
Those in favor? Those opposed, the ayes have it. House Leader, we would also want to recommit presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained in respect of the bill for casino gambling amendment. Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. I'll now recommit presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Right. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister. Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, I move and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Casino Gaming Amendment Act 2021.
A bill shortly entitled the Casino Gaming Amendment Act 2021, read a first time.
Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill, and I further beg to give notice at a later stage today. I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and take it through all its concluding stages.
Thank you. Public business.
Madam Speaker, there's one item on public business, and that will be the concluding the debate, commenced and concluded, the Casino Gaming Amendment Act 2021. And the Minister of Finance is being asked, Madam Speaker, through your kind permission to pilot this debate. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of a bill entitled an Act to amend the Casino Gaming Act and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to commence the debate on the bill entitled an Act to amend the Casino Gaming Act. The amendment is being considered today against the background of, one, having a casino gaming legislative framework in place for over a decade with no successful casino gaming investment in Jamaica. And two, Jamaica having experienced the worst economic contraction in its history and the need for increased economic activity and economic recovery. And Madam Speaker, we don't simply want to recover what we have lost. We want to recover stronger. We want to recover better. As such, one of the recommendations in the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Task Force, which I chaired last year, was to promulgate amendments to the casino gaming legislation that will deliver results in the form of investment and jobs. And Madam Speaker, through dialogue with various stakeholders, we are therefore making amendments to the Casino Gaming Act with the goal of having, hopefully, billions of US dollars of investments, when you add it all up, being made in Jamaica over the next few years. This will diversify our tourism product, diversify our arrival patterns and seasonal trends, and make Jamaica's tourism product more resilient. So people will come to Jamaica for more reasons. Some people come for the ecological and environmental beauty, some for the sand and sea, some for the music, and we'll have yet another product, yet another product that can be the anchor for another type of tourism business. The amendments that are being proposed to the Casino Gaming Act are aimed at making changes to the requirements that a prospective investor must fulfill and of which the minister responsible for finance must be satisfied in order to declare an integrated resort to be an approved integrated resort development. So, Madam Speaker, we promulgated this in 2010, but before 2010, we'd have spoken about it for years, and we have not one single successful investment to show today. And hence, we are making a few revisions with the view of changing that and ensuring that we're going to have successful casino investments. Hopefully, start with one, but hopefully have two, have three, etc. As this Honourable House may recall, the Casino Gaming Act, which I will refer to as the Act, was passed by the Houses of Parliament in March 2010 and was brought into force on the 3rd of June 2010. The promulgation of the Act was in recognition of the potential economic value to be gained by Jamaica by enabling casino operations on the island, specifically in specially designated facilities. And so, Madam Speaker, the objectives of that Act, the original Act, are, among other things, to establish a regulatory regime for the conduct of a casino gaming in Jamaica, to ensure that casino gaming is regulated efficiently and effectively, and to encourage the establishment of integrated resort developments by licensing these developments to offer casino gaming as part of a mix of various tourism amenities and facilities available to the guests of hotels in such developments. As a part of the establishment of a regulated casino gaming industry in Jamaica, the Casino Gaming Commission was formed by virtue of Section 5 of the Act, with the general mandate of regulating and controlling casino gaming in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the concept of the integrated resort development is an important one in the Act, as these developments are seen as a means of enhancing and further expanding the tourism product, and by extension would be a means of contributing significantly to a country's economy, because an integrated resort is a resort that has a number of different facilities, not just rooms and a pool. Under the Act, Madam Speaker, integrated resort developments are developments consisting of a mix of various tourism amenities and facilities within the same precinct. These facilities include, but are not limited to, hotels, hotel rooms, villas, casinos, attractions, sporting facilities, entertainment facilities, service centres, shopping centres. Integrated resort developments are intended to be large-scale facilities and are expected to strengthen Jamaica's competitiveness in the tourism industry, lead to job creation, and lead to increased tax revenues, as well as more demand for locally produced goods. And they also offer opportunities for the developer in the niche luxury hotel room market. Madam Speaker, under the Act, the Minister responsible for finance may make an order declaring an integrated resort development to be an approved integrated resort development. So the applicant applies, and by order, subject to, I believe, negative resolution, the Minister declares a resort to be an integrated resort. Now, we have done that a few times in the past. Twice. And one of them we had to rescind because nothing was happening, and it was clear that nothing was going to happen. Okay? So this scheme allows the developer to make an application to the Casino Gaming Commission for a license to be issued under the Act to operate a casino within the resort development. But before making an order, Madam Speaker, the Minister must be assured of certain things. Currently, to the best knowledge that he can assemble and his best judgment, currently Section 9, subsection 3 of the Act provides that the Minister must not make an approved integrated resort development order unless the Minister is satisfied that upon completion, the development will be comprised of one or more hotels providing in total at least 2,000 hotel rooms, and of those 2,000 hotel rooms, at least 1,000 are required to be available before the start of the casino. Of note, Madam Speaker, is that the room requirements are for new rooms, and so they exclude hotel rooms already in existence or already under construction. prior to making an application. Madam Speaker, taking into consideration, as I've said before, that the Act came into force 11 years ago, and in order to remain competitive within the tourism industry, it was considered timely to review some of these provisions of the regime laid out, given that over those 11 years, we haven't had any successful investment. Upon the review, Madam Speaker, the government took the policy decision to make a few changes, and the amendments are meant to do a couple of things, and I'll just go through them. To reduce the room requirements and to allow for rooms already under construction prior to the making of the application to be included in the projected number of rooms to be available. This change to include rooms already under construction just seems quite practical, and it's to ensure that investors who may have already started construction, right, who have already begun construction of a property and who may later decide to include elements of an integrated resort would not be automatically barred from qualifying to apply for the property to be designated as an approved integrated resort development. However, rooms already in existence, Madam Speaker, would continue to be excluded. Okay, so previously 2,000 rooms, but the rooms had to be brand new and couldn't exist at the time of application. So rooms already under construction would have to be ignored. Rooms in existence long time would have to be ignored. But that creates a little problem because the developer is not in control of when the RFP, etc., is going to be issued. So they come to Jamaica, they hear that, okay, yeah, we're going, right, and they start their work. They're doing their things because they're efficient, and the government is taking its time to do stuff. Rooms are under construction, and then when you apply, you have to exclude the rooms under construction. That kind of probably not practical. So we're going to take that away, but still say that rooms already in the ground cannot be included. Further amendments to be made to the regime, Madam Speaker, are to include provisions that stipulate that a certain number of the total rooms to be available under completion are to be designated and constructed as luxury hotel rooms. So I didn't say the number. We reduce it from 2,000 to 1,000. Okay, so before it said you have 2,000 rooms. We're saying, okay, 1,000 rooms, but 500 of those rooms have to be luxury rooms. And by luxury rooms, we mean rooms that are going to attract a higher rack room rate and therefore higher revenues to the government because we get a lot of fees based on the rack room rate and the spending, hopefully. Now, and I'll get to how we determine what a luxury room is. And remember, these amendments have been made in consultation with the industry, and the Ministry of Tourism would have led those consultations. So we'll stipulate that a certain number of the rooms must be luxury hotel rooms, and we'll establish a timeline within which all the facilities that comprise an integrated resort development are to be constructed. So now, it wasn't there before, we're going to put a time limit that the rooms have to, once you get your order, or once the order is passed, there's a time limit by which those rooms have to be constructed, and 500 of them have to be luxury. And to provide a sanction for the failure to comply with the prescribed timeline. And again, we've had 11 years, and we have had no, and what we're doing here is making it more practical, but also strengthening the capability of the government to provide a negative incentive that only serious people come and gives the government some degree of flexibility to respond to wayward behavior. And the bill will also set a minimum capital investment to be made by the developer. So, Madam Speaker, the bill before the House today, which is a very short bill, seeks to give effect to these policy objectives. And I'll now do a clause by clause for the very few clauses in the bill. Clause 1 addresses the preliminary issues of the bill. It sets out the short title and construction of the Amendment Act, which is cited as the Casino Gaming Amendment Act 2021, and which, Madam Speaker, must be read and construed as one with the Casino Gaming Act and all amendments to the Act. Clause 2, Madam Speaker, seeks to amend Section 2 of the Casino Gaming Act to provide a definition for the term luxury hotel room. The definition indicates that a luxury hotel room is a private hotel accommodation in an approved integrated resort development and will include facilities, furnishings, amenities and services superior to other accommodation available at the development. These luxury hotel rooms are to meet size specifications and minimum construction costs as may be prescribed by the minister. So we, just to preserve flexibility and to be practical, those specifications will be made by order, obviously in consultation with the Ministry of Tourism, and by making it, inserting it by way of order allows for flexibility a decade into the future or so, rather than having to amend the bill. You just have an order that replaces the previous one. Clause 3, Madam Speaker, provides a number of amendments to Section 9 of the Act. It is under Section 9 that the Minister has the power to make an order to declare an integrated resort development an approved integrated resort development. Clause 3, paragraph A amends Section 9, subsection 1 by providing that the Minister may, by order, declare an integrated resort development to be an approved integrated resort development. The Minister may now, additionally, prescribe size specifications and minimum construction cost of luxury hotel rooms proposed to be constructed in an approved integrated resort development. This amendment, Madam Speaker, ensures consistency between the Minister's powers under Section 9 and the elements set out in the definition of a luxury hotel room. Clause 3, paragraph B, paragraph I amends Section 9, subsection 3, paragraph A of the Act by providing that the integrated resort development, when completed, will be comprised in the aggregate of at least 1,000 associated hotel rooms, down from 2,000, including hotel rooms under construction, but excluding hotel rooms already in existence prior to the making of an application by an investor for an integrated resort development to be designated an approved integrated resort development. The amendment also provides that of the 1,000 hotel rooms required to be available, 500 of those rooms are to be designated luxury hotel rooms. The amendment, Madam Speaker, reflects the policy intent of the government that the requirement that an investor is to provide a minimum of 2,000 hotel rooms is being changed to reduce the minimum room requirement to 1,000 hotel rooms. And that, we believe, Madam Speaker, will result in successful resorts being established in Jamaica, not one, not two, over the medium term. Clause 3, paragraph B, subparagraph 2 amends Section 9, subsection 3, paragraph B to provide that of the 1,000 hotel rooms that are to be available for occupancy prior to the date of commencement of the operation of any casino in the development, 500 of such rooms are to be luxury rooms. This is to maintain consistency between Section 9, subsection 3, paragraphs A and B of the Act. Madam Speaker, Clause 3, paragraph B, subparagraph 3 amends Section 9, subsection 3 by inserting provisions which stipulate that A, the construction of the designated luxury hotel rooms in the proposed integrated resort development is to be completed in accordance with the size specifications and minimum construction costs prescribed in the relevant order. So the integrated resort development order will have the size and construction cost specifications, which will be a part of the application made by the developer. All right? No, the minimum, no, just capital investment and a yes, it is not to include FF&E. Let me just, in the response, I'll give you a response to that. This clause 3, paragraph B also has that the minimum, I don't know if I said this before, the minimum capital investment of $500 million has been acquired by the developer for the establishment, operation, and maintenance of the proposed integrated resort development. And C, that construction of the integrated resort development is to be completed and fully operational within 3 years after the date of commencement of any casino gaming activity at the integrated resort development. So you get your license to build the rooms. You can't go and open a casino and then take 10 years to open the rooms. your rooms must be completed within 3 years of opening of the casino. Such construction, Madam Speaker, must be in accordance with the design specifications approved by the relevant authority. Madam Speaker, this specification of a timeline within which all elements of the approved design of the development must be completed was absent from the Act. But with the increased emphasis on having all elements being completed within a specific time frame, it was considered important to have this provision placed in the Act. Clause 3, paragraph C, amend section 9, subsection 4 by providing that the Minister may specify by order the size specifications and minimum construction costs of the designated luxury hotel rooms in the development. Again, this is to ensure consistency, as I alluded to previously. Clause 3, paragraph D, amend section 9 of the Act by inserting a new provision, subsection 6, stipulating that the Minister may, by order subject to affirmative resolution, amend the amount of the minimum capital investment in subsection 3D. So, just to preserve some flexibility, the Act will state $500 million US, but it allows for an order to be tabled in Parliament to amend that amount in response to any practical developments. Clause 4 amends section 11, subsection 2 of the Act by providing consistency with the provision at the proposed new section 9, subsection 3, paragraph E, that all elements of the approved design of the integrated resort development are to be fully operational within 3 years after the date of commencement of any casino gaming activity at the integrated resort development. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that the Minister has the power to revoke or amend an approved integrated resort development order if all elements of the approved design plan have not been completed and are not fully operational within 3 years of the commencement of any gaming activity at the development. The Minister can revoke or amend such an order if he or she is not satisfied that the failure to complete was due to circumstances beyond the control of the approved developer and that there is a reasonable prospect of commencing the construction or operation, as the case may be, within a reasonable time. Madam Speaker, Clause 5 of the bill stipulates that the provisions of the Amendment Act will not affect any order which was made under Section 9, subsection 1 of the Principal Act prior to the commencement of the Casino Gaming Amendment Act 2021. And that is important for persons who applied before and had their order approved. The amendment coming after the fact does not change the terms under which their approval was given. But going forward, any new approvals will be on these terms. Madam Speaker, the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons provides a brief background to the purpose of the Casino Gaming Act and sets out in summary the amendments that are being made to the Act. Madam Speaker, the amendments which the government is seeking to make to the requirements to be fulfilled by a prospective developer of an approved integrated resort development are meant to enhance the regime and to strengthen its appeal to potential investors, and by doing so to attract and increase foreign direct investment to Jamaica. And so, Madam Speaker, I ask this Honourable House to give due consideration and support to this bill.
Madam Speaker, I just have a couple of questions for the Minister. In relation, I'll start with process in terms of the granting of these, well, I don't know if you can consider them licenses, but what is the process that the government intends to embark on? Are you going to be looking at, for example, of issuing a RFP? Are you going to be selective in inviting specific players in the industry to submit tenders or applications? And who would be the entity that would manage this process? Secondly, you had mentioned numbers, and I don't know whether what consideration is being given to the number of, and I'm just using the term license loosely, but the number of licenses that you might issue, whether you're going to do one for the first year or two, 3, what is the plan there? Because obviously it couldn't be everybody who comes get a license, because you would negate the competitiveness of the what you're offering. Third, what is the thinking in terms of local versus overseas participation in these resorts? As you know, within the region, there are some countries that bar local participation, within the resorts. What is the government's thinking on this particular matter? And then in terms of a follow-up to once the casino is in operation, the concern of potentially of money laundering and having in place the appropriate mechanisms to manage that when that arises. And if there is local participation, there would be a need for some public education around this and the potential for addiction as a real issue and how that would be managed. But by and large, we support it. You have already said, we have gone 10 or 11 years without any successful investor, and obviously it is important that the bill reflects the reality of the environment that we're in so that you can encourage investors. But those questions I would put to you.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the bill so ably moved by the Minister with regards to the amendments to the Casino Gaming Act to enable it to be more investment friendly and to also signal that the addition of a key and critical component of the tourism product is finally here. I think that members will recall the very genesis of all of this thinking, which goes perhaps to 20-something years ago, when issues relating to casino discussions were focusing heavily around mega gaming lounges. And then the casino word was not exactly a good word, and it was not countenanced by many at the time. So that it wasn't until 2010, in fact, that the big push was made to enable casino gaming to become a feature of the tourism product. And then, of course, it didn't happen without the level of sensitization, which Member Robinson is referencing as necessary, and without very, very serious discussions and debate with various sectors of the society with regards to what were regarded as the downsides and the upsides to it, and indeed what it would do for a country. The question also as to whether locals would participate or it would only be within the resort areas, and the point was effectively made that Jamaica was not going to become a casino destination, but rather a destination at which casino gaming is available. In that context, the IRDs would be structured in a certain way which would allow for the embedding of the casino arrangement within it. In other words, there would be no standalone casinos. You couldn't walk from your home and go down to the street to a casino that had no other facility to it but simple gambling or gaming. So the context in which all of that was structured and the concept that gave rise to it effectively saw the need for significant value added to the product, so that it is not now just we are going to be building some rooms. We're going to be adding shopping, mega shopping. And that's a discussion that Minister and I are having further, because we have to review the Shopping Act in relation to enabling a higher level and for dutiable goods to relate to leathers and other than jewelry, textile and leather and so on, so that the big brand names can be here, and also that our locals can ascend to the level where we are actually being made to compete with the best in the land. The second critical element of value added was in terms of entertainment, because with these casino activities bring mega gaming acts, entertainment acts, and it provides a platform for our world-class entertainers in Jamaica to be remunerated at levels that are in keeping with the quality of their presentation and indeed the extent of their own excellence as performers. And then thirdly, to look at the whole issue of gastronomy and food and really to take the Jamaican cuisine to another level, where what we are going to be attracting is a different demographic, the high rollers, the high wealth, the high income levels, people who can afford to spend and spend extensively and bring their families and have their families spend on all sorts of Jamaican cultural and other products. And so what we're looking at in all of this is to find an arrangement, a fully integrated product that enables gaming to take place, shopping to take place, gastronomy arrangements to be available for all, right, and entertainment at the highest level, as well as sporting activities such as golfing and all other types of sport that are, part of the demographic of those who travel for gaming activities. So, Madam Speaker, in enabling this legislation to be passed by the House, we are now opening that opportunity. And already, and the Minister perhaps might have been a little reticent to mention that, but already there's interest, strong interest. And we have known, but I don't think that that is a matter that is not known, because people know that one of the driving forces behind enabling this legislation to be passed now is the demand for the casinos. And the demands are strong. And I am very, very driven by it. I have spent a lot of time myself, as is well known, the 2010 initiative, and just for what it's worth, got a lot of beat up for it at that time. But today, it is a required activity. I want to use the opportunity, Madam Speaker, just to indicate that this bill is being passed at a very interesting moment in our tourism history. Indeed, it is, as we all know, a period in which the industry has been upended and is recovering. And to say that Jamaica's recovery is going not just apace, but most people expected a U-shaped recovery. And I'm pleased to say we are having a V-shaped recovery, because we are moving at a pace and a level that we ourselves in the industry had not even planned for. But what it means, in fact, is that in all of this, we have to develop the capacity now to respond to this new demand that the industry is creating, and to build out the capacity on the supply side. And I have been very strong on that. In my last presentation, we made a big statement about that. We are doing things. We have put funds available at Exim Bank for the small and medium enterprises to build capacity to be able to supply. I've gone to find investors to partner with locals to build out capacity to provide the materials and the goods that the industry need, so that when the visitors come back in droves as they are now, they're not just going to be buying foreign goods, but we'll be finding goods that are local. It's going to take a little time to build, because that process is one which involves the financial capital market to be involved in it, a sense of, yes, we can invest in tourism. We were never doing that in the past. But this is a new moment for that investment in so many areas. And then to make sure that we begin to look at our own fiscal and other arrangements, and to build the environment that is conducive to this kind of investment, recognizing that we are adding an added value, and that when the casinos come, you are going to find that the change in the labor room ratio is almost doubled, right? Just before COVID, we were at 0.5 to 1.5. With casinos, it's going to be 3 to 1, meaning to say to every room, there's 3 workers. But it's a different type of worker also, with a different skill set. So we're going to have to train and build the capacity of those workers to respond to the new skill sets that are needed. So it's a lot of work that has to be done, but we are geared for it. That's why we established the Jamaica Center for Tourism Innovation, to train and certify the workers of the industry so that they can have a better place. They can have mobility and even portability to work elsewhere in the world other than Jamaica. And finally, I want to make the point that we continue to work with our partners. A difficult time that it is, Madam Speaker. And I want to make a point about the transportation sector, because they have, I know, struggled and worked against great odds, particularly those who are involved with the cruise subsector. they haven't had a cruise passenger for 16 months. And that's an issue. They owe to the bank, and they have issues with payment. I'm pleased to announce that we have provided $70 million from the Tourism Enhancement Fund through the Jamaica National Small Business to be on lent to these Jamaican, 70 million Jamaican dollars through the Jamaica National Development Small Business Fund to enable each of those to have $1 million at 0% interest with 8-month moratorium so that they can carry out this period and be able to deal with their credit and not lose their assets. So as we recover stronger and better, we are recovering with everybody and not leaving anyone behind. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, we are allowed to ask questions from the statement by Minister.
Inequities and to go and beat us up, that's what we...
Huh? No. Opposition leader.
From time to time, with a lot of enthusiasm and often a great deal of work, attempts are made to create new economic opportunities in the country through legislation. Not all of them work out. So one that didn't work out was the Casino Gaming Act. In that, it was passed in 2010, 2021, 11 years later, we haven't had a single successful integrated resort development that has been approved and actually commenced as a casino. There are other examples. The JIFSA, the Jamaica International Financial Services Authority, a lot of work has gone into building out legal architecture, legislative architecture of several pieces of legislation to support that particular initiative. It really hasn't generated anything yet, and a lot of effort has gone into, and money has been spent, and I dare say money may well have been spent. I can't remember offhand, what the funding arrangements for the commission are, but it has been in existence a long time. So there's really a negative return on this legislation, and also the JIFSA legislation so far. And you could say also that the large-scale projects legislation that accompanied the miscellaneous provisions, which was the omnibus incentive law under our watch, which was really an attempt to encourage very large-scale projects that use develop new technology and so on, that hasn't generated any return either, though it doesn't come with any infrastructure in terms of any bureaucratic costs to it. So it's a little different to the other two. So Jamaica, having taken the decision in 2010 to permit casinos, which was controversial for a long time, at this point I think an attempt to make it work is to be supported, because the decision was taken by the representatives of the people, and I think everybody has accepted at this point that that legislation exists. Attempts have been made. We heard, I think, 2 orders were granted, but the actual final product of an integrated resort with casino facilities up and running hasn't happened. So we can understand and the need to make the legislation more user-friendly. Now, in all of these things, it's a question of getting the right balance, because first of all, there are some risks inherent in this. Casino gaming operations are regarded as particularly sensitive from the point of view of anti-money laundering, AML, CFT, laws, and we are already on a grey list. So to the extent that we're easing the requirements to enable persons to establish casinos in the country, that is going to bring with it some scrutiny as to what measures are we putting in place to ensure that we don't fall foul of the commitments that we have to ensure that we are not encouraging or facilitating money laundering and so on. These are important risks that we need to manage when we do this. What we have, we're cutting in half the volume of rooms required from 2,000 to 1,000 rooms. We're introducing a new requirement that 500 of them be luxury rooms, so-called luxury rooms. And we're allowing the developer 3 years, not from the date of its approval or the date that it commences construction, but 3 years from the date that it actually starts to operate gaming in which to complete its development, and in order to be compliant with the requirements. That's a much more lenient approach than was originally envisaged, and it allows an operator to build out a certain critical mass with a casino and try and generate some additional revenues for itself from the casino to help it finance and sustain the last leg of the journey. And it must do so within 3 years. The question is this the right balance? I'm not in a position to say yes or no, but I do think that there are some issues that I'd like the Minister to speak to when he closes. And I assume that the references to Minister in this Act are the Minister of Finance, I assume. Yeah. It doesn't say so, but that's how, well, it was your bill.
Notwithstanding its eagerness.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So the order that declares an integrated resort development, an approved order, and that prescribes the size and specifications and minimum construction cost of its luxury hotel rooms, that order isn't subject to any parliamentary oversight as presently conceived here. The Minister simply makes it, it's gazetted. For those who read the Gazette, they may see it. For the rest of us, we won't know about it unless it's made public. I'm not sure whether that ought to be the regime for something as sensitive as this. I note that, for example, the amendment to the minimum capital investment specified in 3D, which is a 500 million US, that has to come to Parliament and is subject to affirmative resolution, whereas the approval order, which is very important because without it you can't operate a casino, and it says what the luxury room criteria will be, that doesn't have any parliamentary oversight. And I'm not sure, well, I would suggest that it would be more transparent, and given the sensitivities I've referred to, probably better from a policy perspective to have that come to Parliament for approval. The one question I have, Minister, the way it's worded now, it suggests to me that the order can vary from hotel resort to hotel resort, so that what would be prescribed as the minimum requirements for construction costs of per luxury room and size and specification requirements in one order may be different in a different resort. Now that begs the question as to, again, on what basis would there be more leniency or greater requirements imposed from developer to developer? And that's an unusual arrangement. Is that what is intended? Or is it intended that there would be a transparent set of rules that all would have to comply with? I'd ask if you could answer that. And thirdly, the question arises as to how these minimum construction costs per luxury room will be policed. And, for example, if there are related party transactions involved in the procurement of the inputs, how will those be adjusted to make sure that it's at an arm's length basis and that the costs are not artificially inflated so as to meet the minimum requirements? I'm not aware if there are any provisions in here to allow that kind of transfer pricing, gaming of the system, so to speak. Excuse the pun. So I would suggest that there ought to be something in here that would allow the normalization to arm's length commercial terms of any related party transactions which contribute to the pricing or the calculation of whether or not the minimum construction cost has been achieved. I also asked the question, what elements go into the construction cost? Is it just the basic infrastructure of the building and the wet work, the concrete, or does it include such things as electricals and the bathroom fixtures and that kind of thing? Because you're talking about luxury rooms, is it just, and size is only one aspect of it, cost is another, but there's nothing prescribed in here as to what those elements are. The minister had told me it's what's referred to as the key, that comes with the key. Yeah, well, that might be clear in your mind, Minister, but it's not in the law. And I would have liked to have seen that transparently set out in a schedule, for example, which could be adjusted by ministerial order if necessary, but to give what the basic elements of input that make up this minimum construction cost should be, for clarity, because not everybody will see it the same way, I can assure you. The other point I wanted to ask was, you had mentioned, Minister, in your opening that if there was a failure to deliver within the 3-year period, there would be some form of sanction. And I'm not sure whether the sanctions are just the loss of the approval, if that's primarily it, or the suspension of it, or is there any other form of sanction? I mean, I would have thought that the suspension of the approval or the revocation of the approval ought to be a sufficient sanction insofar as it means you can't operate the casino because you would no longer be licensed to do so if you had lost it. But I wasn't sure because when you described it, it almost suggested that there would have been some other form of penalty. So I wanted you to clarify that. So, Minister, these are things that I thought worthy of raising here, because at the end of the day, when you're liberalized, this was deliberately framed with a very high bar at the time. I remember there were some geographic considerations as well. Yeah, there were some geographic considerations as well, to so that one wouldn't cannibalize the other and all that sort of thing. I'm not sure if that's out the window now or what, but as we, in our anxiety, legitimate anxiety to stimulate growth and attract investment and grow our range of tourism products and so on, in going the casino route, you're venturing into an area which is generally regarded by the people who are concerned about these things as being greater risk from the point of view of financial crimes. So we need to make sure that we do it in a very transparent way and in a way that avoids any kind of manipulation of the rules that would circumvent the objectives being achieved. And that is why I've raised some of the points that I've raised today, because I think those things need to be fixed before we pass it. Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
It's not the way the framing of the legislation is really the conferment of a benefit, access largely to something that was hitherto not permitted. What I want to make clear is that is there any, so the integrated resort is part of the framing of it. Are there any fiscal or other benefits, or what are those fiscal or other benefits coming with it? Is any contemplated as part of that, or is it just strictly about a licensing framework?
Madam Speaker, I thank the members for their contribution. This has been a debate of substantive contributions on both sides, and the enthusiasm of the member from St. James, who is who dovetails as tourism minister, is quite understandable. He's a double beneficiary, right? The resorts are going to be in the North Coast somewhere, and who knows, I don't know where necessarily. And he's also the Minister of Tourism. So his enthusiasm, he was almost, he was about to levitate, and has been, he has been looking forward to this day, and it's quite understandable. So,
Minister, permit me to ask a question. When you answer, the opposition spokesman about whether this would be by P's or bid. Wait. So the flip side of it is, would at least pays for sort of unsolicited.
So, Madam Speaker, a number of important questions have been asked and points have been made, and I'll do my best to respond to them. The first on the opposition spokesman on the point of the process, and the point made by the opposition leader as well, that in enterprises of this nature or a scheme of this nature, it's very important to have a transparent process. Now, having said that, we have to declare the government is a shareholder in a 50% shareholder at that, in an enterprise that has an approved integrated resort license, which is the Harmony Cove development, and which is not affected by this bill because they had their license a couple of years back. But the government will be an operator by virtue of this investment. Right, and it's a little, but it is what it is, and we are, just speaking on that side, the government intends to ensure to the best of its ability, if the partner is ready, to move ahead along with their readiness. But the process in terms of entities other than that will be a transparent process in response to a request for proposals that will be published. And that request for proposal will seek proposals from interested parties wherever to submit. And this process will be handled by the Casino Gaming Commission. So it's not a process that will have any input from the executive arm of government. RFP that goes out and requires persons or investors to submit their proposals and their plans. We will have to, that's a very good question. As we're seeing here, this bill has depended on the collaboration of two ministries. And I believe, armed with the experience that we have had, where we've had 11 years and we have had no real success, and we have had issuing of licenses where construction or investment has not materialized, this time we have an RFP, we want to be absolutely sure that it is going to be successful. And I think that is definitely going to require a collaboration across government. Now, in terms of the number of licenses, you'll remember originally, or the state of play today, is that the government, the existing policy had been to limit it to 3 licensees overall and in geographical zones. And the principle of geographical zones still stands. The opposition leader used the term cannibalize. You don't want to have 2 casinos that are next door to each other. Each casino ought to have the marketing power to bring its own guests to Jamaica. But they'll also depend on populations within proximity to that particular casino coming and visiting them. So every investor is going to want to have some visitor population around in proximity to its investment that it has exclusive, not exclusive is the wrong word, but it's not in competition for because of proximity. And that principle still stands. We expect to probably refine the geographical areas from what they were originally, and it is possible that this is that we have one phase where there are three exclusive geographical areas, but when we limited it to 3, the prospect of Kingston and Port Royal being a potential destination for casino was not contemplated, or the prospect of St. Thomas and Portland. But now we have a South Coast Highway, we have a Southern Coast Highway, the prospect of St. Elizabeth. So I would say that just in answer to the question, the original 3 limit on the sort of traditional tourism, what we traditionally have called our tourism belt in Jamaica, from, say, Westmoreland all the way, from Negril all the way to, say, Ocho Rios. Maybe, Caponte might go with St. Thomas, we don't know. But that segment, limited to 3. And then leave open the possibility that the southern coast, from St. Thomas all the way to St. Elizabeth, could one day in the future be open to such investments. And the intention, where the existing policy is not consistent with that vision that I've outlined, we will have to change the policy to make sure we're in compliance of it. So what we expect, the RFP that will follow passage of this at some point will initially specify the geographical areas, and I believe we're going to start with that traditional belt, which is from Negril to Ocho Rios, and see, including the government's own investment, can we get 3 in that geographical space. In terms of local versus overseas participation, the RFP is open to just open. We will not require that investor has to have a local partner, because the nature of these, I don't think it suits the nature of investments that are required in tourism. But locals are open, local hotel chains or people who are in hotel operations are open to compete on the same basis as others, or partner if they want. The concern AML and the risk of Jamaica to AML. Jamaica has been grey listed, and as a result of that has agreed to making substantial changes to its regime, both in terms of the legislative framework, but more importantly in the operationalization of that framework. Now, the entire architecture of our AML regime, a new sector is coming to being, is that entire architecture. The key is to make sure that architecture is functioning effectively. Because if it's functioning effectively, the introduction of casino gaming, will not pose a threat. I say that to say a part of an effective AML regime is, for example, having a national risk assessment being done on a regular basis. That's an area that Jamaica has until now failed at. To do a national risk assessment that's at a level that our international, multilateral, and bilateral partners believe is deep and broad enough. Well, I'm happy to say that for the first time, we have a national risk assessment that has been completed, and that has met the approval of the CFATF and FATF, and that was one of the deliverables on the. When I say, we have other steps to jump through with respect to the national risk assessment. We're not totally there yet, but I'm saying the initial steps we have met. And what will happen if casino gaming becomes a reality, when we do the next national risk assessment, it is going to have to consider the risks involved and ensure that the architecture is responsive to those risks. Because AML is not a static AML prevention or AML regime. It's not a regime that's meant to stay static. It's expected to respond to the national risk assessment as the local authorities have gathered. Now, and I'll spend a little time on the AML thing because I think it's important. The thrust of AML regimes going forward and what FATF and CFATF have been encouraging Jamaica to do and what the international standard is to engage in risk-based supervision, where it's not a matter of what used to happen. Let's use the banking system as just one element of where AML regimes take effect of suspicious transactions, for example, where you just, any transaction over a certain level, you just flood the investigative authorities with the 100,000 transactions over some limit. No, that doesn't really help anybody. What is, where the world is moving is risk-based supervision, where you supervise in relation to the risk, real or perceived, that exists, and you update that risk assessment on a periodic basis. Now, one of the things that we are working on improving, along with our action plan with FATF, is strengthening the designated non-financial businesses in their supervision. Right? So the accountants, their supervisory authority to engage in risk-based supervision. The real estate dealers, that association to engage in risk-based supervision. The Casino Gaming Commission to engage in risk-based supervision of gaming operators. And the lawyers, and we are still in court with that. Hopefully there will be a breakthrough soon. But the legal equivalent to engage in risk-based supervision of its members. Now, once you have that, you have all of these professional bodies engaged in risk-based supervision of their members, and you have the banking universe engaged in, or BOJ and FSC engaged in risk-based supervision of deposit-taking and non-deposit-taking financial institutions. And on top of that, once you have that in place, then casino gaming does not pose a threat in that any suspicious or nefarious activity is going to have to be expressed through one of these or more of these elements, through the banking system, through the deposit-taking system, the non-deposit-taking system, through lawyers, real estate dealers, accountants, jewelers, car dealers, etc. So the key is to build that strong architecture framework and allow enterprise to continue. And where there are weaknesses, if your system is strong, your system will find those weaknesses and address them. And in addition, obviously, the panoply of laws that we have, the Proceeds of Crime Act and the acts to do with terrorism prevention and the resolutions to do with the United Nations, Security Council resolutions, and that whole framework of 20 or 25 pieces of legislation provide that foundation that when operationalized will allow us, as we have, if people are paying attention, you see things that happen from time to time where we are able to the authorities rather are able to circle these things when they occur. With respect to the orders, and let me just say this: there is expectation, and we have to see how things materialize. That based on movements that some investors are making, the Ministry of Tourism is aware of land acquisitions that groups that have great reputation have engaged in. There is a likelihood that over the medium term we could have, including the investment that the government has in a potential operator, when you add them all up, we could have over $2 billion US dollars of casino gaming investment in Jamaica. That is a distinct possibility. That's not something, it's a distinct possibility, and we hope to provide a framework by which that can be realized. With respect to the orders, the order that there are a couple of orders. The order that provides a developer with the license, with the approved integrated resort license, is an order that would be tabled here in Parliament and will be gazetted. The method that we have to make something known publicly and available to the public is that method, and so everyone will know that such and such and such an enterprise is now an approved integrated resort developer, and that will be pursuant to a transparent RFP process where they would have been, their investment or their plans would have been judged to be realistic and in keeping with other objectives. The construction cost, the minimum capital investment of $500 million US is related to the construction cost of the hotel. And construction cost will include everything to do with the construction of the hotel, land, buildings, materials, and the finishing of the hotels, meaning the tiling, the bathroom fixtures, and so forth. The wording of the order, may have some details as well. It may not just say, 500 million. It may have some details. Now, you asked a question, you made a point about the fact that orders can say different things. Yeah, well, just remember, the order is going to have to reflect. Once the minimum is met, the order has to reflect the peculiarities of what that investor plans. Right? So those orders can be can emerge at different points in time. We might do an RFP now, but we may only end up with one, successful investor, and then we may do another. The government may do another RFP in three years from now. So it's not necessarily the case that the orders will say exactly the same thing. The orders exist today for the government's own investment probably will say something different from what the person who emerges from the next RFP, what it will say. And it has to bear relationship to the particulars of the proposal that the investor is making. With respect to the as long as the minimum criteria are met, right? So, no, okay. So it allows. So the bill has the provision to allow the minimum capital cost to change by way of order, and the intention of that is not to change the minimum capital cost, at will. The idea is that the nature, a casino resort each casino resort is going to be a unique enterprise, a unique edifice, and trying to reduce them to some common or standard sometimes results in exactly the experience we've had, that nothing ends up happening. We're trying to learn from an experience and preserve just some amount of flexibility, because the nature of the proposal can differ, and it can be that somebody proposes to do something quite different or quite interesting, and we might say, look, but okay, the give and take, the minimum capital investment there is a higher number, or so forth. But the idea is that none of them are lower than the 500. But if in the future, when we're doing the 5th and the 6th in the South Coast, sometime in the future, when Port Royal can have one, and cruise ships are coming to Port Royal, and by way of example, or St. Thomas, it might be that 500 million is not the appropriate figure. Oh, right. So the cost per luxury room, yeah, that's going to respond to the developer.
If you're going to be able to do that, there should be transparency around the order.
No, so the order will, when it's a transfer, the order will state.
Yeah, but it should come here.
The
So you're modifying it to favor A or B, you have to say why, and it's a proper governance process to establish transparency around why.
You mean but subject to negative resolution? Huh?
That's more tortuous than the affirmative. The negative, because that's for that committee, and then they have to...
No, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not negative. Maybe affirmative. But your point is to do it like that rather than make it go into the Gazette. It could be Gazette anyway, but rather than go to the Gazette directly.
Why would you want to go to determine, in fact, what is size and...
It's not so much determined. It's just that when you get into, you would, here's the challenge with that, right? No, here's the challenge with it. I mean, the challenge with it is, yes, on one hand, it opens the possibility. Transparency is there in either case in the sense that it's made public. It's made public in the Gazette. What you're saying is that it gives one method when you promulgate the order and it goes directly to the Gazette. It is transparent in the sense that everybody's aware that such and such an enterprise has received a casino gaming license, not a casino game, sorry, an approved integrated resort license. But your point is that it suffers from the fact that the minister doesn't have to come and justify why that person has got it and isn't, subject to being answering any questions.
As the decision as to what the minimum thresholds are for it to comply, where you can be giving different developers a different set of requirements, and that means that's all negotiated and it should really come here and should be spoken to so that people understand why.
Yeah, the intent is that we have a minimum amount per room, but that minimum amount can change over time. Not so much that it can change per investor. So when we start, we will have, after consultation, the minimum is X $100,000 per room, whatever the right number is.
Those things change with cost of material, cost of benefits. In other words, if you have a size room, 150 feet to 500.
Yeah, over time. Yes.
You could have 2 or 3 running at once and have different requirements applicable to each. And those would have been negotiated with these people, and that would be what the rules are for each of them, and it would might not be the same. And the question is, why is that not subject to parliamentary approval, like the order modifying the 500 billion?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm
not sure what this is.
Yeah, no. So the intent, member, is that we're going to have an RFP in a couple of some point, hopefully in the near future. And at the point of that RFP, there's going to be one minimum capital investment. And that minimum capital investment, that's before any envelope is opened by the Casino Gaming Commission. Okay? And that, if you want me to establish that minimum before, we're happy to kind of do that. But there'll be one minimum investment for that RFP, X $100,000 per room. What it is trying to achieve is, or as it is worded, is allowing for flexibility over a long period of time. That if you run another RFP in 3 years, rather than have to go through the process, CPC, AG, to change the law, it can be, instead of being 350, whatever, 100,000, it can be a different number. That's what it's intended to achieve.
I have no problem with it being done by order, Minister. I understand the objective of that. The question really is, though, why shouldn't the order have to come here and be approved so that the media cover it and it can be debated and, there can be an elucidation as to what went into the setting of that?
Well, in the same way, remember that, you apply for a banking license. It's just that we haven't had a lot of activity in Jamaica why these things seem strange, right?
These are the rules that I'm talking about, not the designation of X Limited as an approved developer.
Yeah. Yeah, but the rule that we're talking about here is the minimum capital investment. And the minimum capital investment. Yes, so the idea is right. So remember, what's going to happen? What's going to happen is that there's going to be an order that says the minimum cost per room is X and the minimum size is Y. And then we'll have an RFP. And then the order will specify for this person what it is. Now, yeah, if an order goes out for this entity that differs from what the established minimum is, then the minister is going to have to explain it. Absolutely. But the idea is, I think you're focusing on the order that the developer gets. But there is an order that establishes, independent of who is going to win the RFP or not, that establishes what the minimum order is. Sorry, not the minimum order. What the minimum size and investment and cost per room.
Key to your point.
Just to clear, the law says nothing about RFPs and so on. That is an administrative procedure that you're electing to follow, which I would say is a good thing. The new 9.1 says, subject to the provisions of this Act, the Minister may by order, A, declare an integrated resort development to be an approved development, and B, prescribe the size, specifications and minimum construction cost of luxury hotel rooms proposed to be constructed in an approved integrated resort development. I'm just saying that order ought to come here. That's all I'm saying, for approval.
Yeah, so
House Leader, extension of time, the time now being 7:20. You want to ask a question?
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Parliament be allowed to sit beyond 7:20. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the time being 7:20, the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Yeah. Yeah, so remember, I hear you on it. I understand the point you're making, but I think when it gets the order specifying you need good people in the system, right? Everywhere, and if we try to, at the end of the day, right? Yeah, I mean, in this, I hear you. But I think that having heard you, the better thing is to leave it as it is. But I hear you, and it is with transparency in mind that we are requiring that there will be an order and it will be published. And if there are, and it's made public and it's known, and we're going to do our best to ensure that and this is not a regular exercise. For the next, we expect to, only hopefully to have 2 within the next couple of years, and hopefully those are constructed and they work and they're whatever. And in another several years, when the South Coast offers a prospect, maybe we can have more. Yeah, maybe not. Well, it depends how. Yes, it all depends how things go. With respect to the sanction, yes, your assumption is correct that the sanction is the potential loss of a license, and which would be a devastating thing if you depend on your license to operate. And the idea behind having allowing the operator to open the casino even before all the rooms are constructed, is that hotels sometimes are built in phases to allow for the return on investment to be positive and above the cost of capital. But the law just imposes a limit on that phasing to say you can't phase it to the extent that the casino has been operating for 3 years and all the rooms have been constructed. Now, Jamaica is playing catch up in this field. There's argument that, maybe we should have done this a couple of decades ago. So the regime has its rigidities in there, but hopefully has enough practical considerations to make this go this time around with embedded transparency and cooperation and collaboration across government to make this a successful attempt once more to get the huge scale of investment a casino gaming offers the country and the benefits that the minister spoke about earlier in terms of the depth and breadth of the product and the value added that stays here in Jamaica and the employment density that casino resorts offered, to make all of that a reality in Jamaica as a part of our recovery strategy and recovering better. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We can do it in committee? Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know...
No.
Just a second. Okay.
He wants to ask
Madam
for the
Speaker,
bill to be read a second time.
I ask that the bill be read a second time.
The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favour? Those against, the ayes have it.
So, go to committee.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Casino Gaming Act, read a second time.
Thank you so much. The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Minister, do we have any amendments?
Yes, there's one very slight amendment, changing the word paragraph to subsection, and it is in section 3.
Clause 3?
No, clause 3, subsection, what is this now? Subsection B, Roman numeral D. Sorry, section 3. Is it section 3, B, Roman numeral 3, and then C? Where, a typo. Where the last word, where we have under paragraph 1, it should be under subsection 1. That's the only amendment.
Minister, just to clarify, it's a typo or an amendment?
It's an amendment.
It's a typo or an amendment?
An amendment. It's an amendment.
Editorial amendment or typo?
I just call it an amendment. I mean, subject to what the CPC says. Huh?
It's an editorial amendment, so it's a
editorial
typo.
Amendment.
Yes, so it's a typo.
Okay.
So, Minister, we therefore don't have to take it separately since it's an editorial amendment or typo correction, and we are therefore able to put clauses 1 through 5 to the House. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favour? Those against, the ayes have it. We're back in the House. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. And Minister, the typo is corrected on the bill for record.
Thank you, Chair.
Minister.
So, Madam Speaker, I ask that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Casino Gaming Act be now read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Casino Gaming Act read a third time and passed.
Hold on a moment.
Madam Speaker,
now, hold on a moment. Opposition House Leader, you approached me earlier.
Madam Speaker, I'm asking the House Leader a question. But understanding orders. Okay? There's, House Leader, there's a motion standing in my name at 7, at order 7. Could you say what are the arrangements for that motion to be taken?
House Leader, would you be so kind?
Madam Speaker, I
would ask you to have that discussion outside or answer the question another day.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this is a very irregular way of.
It is absolutely irregular, House Leader. It is absolutely irregular.
Across the floor, Madam Speaker. That question I regard as rhetorical. And on the motion of adjournment, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that you do adjourn this House to Tuesday, the 6th of July at 2 p.m. at the George William Gord. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The question is that we do adjourn the House until next Tuesday at 2 p.m. sharp. Those in favor? Aye. Well, those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House now stands adjourned.
Wasn't telling to me.
So,
Hi there, welcome to Jamaica Magazine. I'm Adrian Atkinson. Coming up, the road to rebuilding the tourism industry. That and more between the pages. Stay with us.
Want to know the law pertaining to renting a house? What about the procedure if you're arrested? Or what is defined as corruption? Then click on the Ministry of Justice website. It has information on every law passed in Jamaica. The House of Parliament portal also has the more recent year's pieces of legislation. The sites are easy to search and the files are downloadable. Make access to justice your business. Know your rights. Good day, I'm Lorraine Mendez and this is your JS News for Tuesday, June 29. Government is projected to save an estimated $54 million annually from the installation of solar and other energy efficiency systems. The equipment have been installed at 6 public health facilities across the island under a $1.25 million grant from the United Nations Development Program. The work, which began in 2016, was completed recently. It's expected to improve energy efficiency in the health sector while reducing the energy bill. At Thursday's closing out and handing over ceremony, Energy Minister Darrell Vaz said a 22% annual reduction in the health sector's bill was anticipated.
Government ministries and agencies must become models and leaders in energy conservation and environmental stewardship, as stipulated by Goal 6 of Jamaica's national energy policy.
We're looking at a win-win situation for stakeholders with the execution of energy efficiency and renewable energy measures and supply and installation of equipment that guarantees energy efficiency and renewable energy savings at our health facilities.
These achievements must be expanded so that sustainable universal access can be delivered to and for the benefits of all Jamaicans.
The proposed Agriculture Wardens program will be piloted shortly. Agriculture and Fisheries Minister Floyd Green says the program is expected to bolster government's measures to fight predial larceny. He says the Agriculture Wardens will have power of arrest.
What we want to do is get people who are on the ground, just like the district constable, but they are tasked with protecting agricultural produce. But they have the powers of our police officers. They're police officers so trained, but they come from in the area, so they keep watch.
7 additional predial larceny units have been added in police divisions with designated officers and detectives handling cases. Minister Green says resources have also been flowing into the units, including new vehicles to improve the mobility of the officers. He was speaking at the official opening of the Low Leighton Lennox production zones in Portland recently. Land leases were handed over to farmers in the zone. Minister of Housing and Urban Renewal Pernell Charles Jr. says the state will be targeting squatter landlords across the island. Squatter landlords are persons who develop settlements on lands they do not own. Minister Charles says the issue is of particular concern in St. Anne, where the squatter settlements are developed in protected forest areas.
They have the money, but they choose to manipulate, to circumvent the law, and to exploit poor people by going in, tearing down our forests, and selling off land that oftentimes is government land. We are confronting this directly by ensuring that we have the necessary enforcement to call out those squatter landlords and to let them know that there will be no more squatter landlords allowed in Jamaica.
Minister Charles was speaking recently at a My Tree legacy planting exercise at St. Catherine High School. Still on housing, over 300 persons have registered for the state's low-cost housing design competition. It was launched on May 7 and interested persons have until August 9 to register for the competition. The goal is to produce creative, original and resilient low-cost housing designs to accelerate the national social housing program. Prime Minister Andrew Holness, who conceptualized the competition, says he's eager to see the designs that will be generated from participants.
What we want to get from the competition is a design unit that uses materials that are easily available, cost-effective materials, but materials that are also durable, that are suited for our environment, and materials that are easy to use in the construction process.
Submissions will be accepted from individuals and groups of up to 5 persons. The winning design will cop a first place prize of $1 million. Second place is $500,000, while third place prize winners will receive $250,000. In other news, the House of Representatives passed the Legal Aid Fees Validation and Indemnification Act 2021 last Tuesday. The bill seeks to validate the payments made to attorneys at law who provided legal aid services in the R versus Utrance Wilson and others trial, as well as the R versus Carlington Godfrey and others trial. As he piloted the bill, Justice Minister Delroy Chuck said the 34 defendants in both cases sought assistance for their defense under the Legal Aid Act. The trials, which took 25 months, saw 42 attorneys being assigned, costing the state over $65.8 million.
The trial could not commence as the Legal Aid Council was unable to assign attorneys at law willing to undertake the matter on behalf of the accused without a significant increase in the fees being offered, commensurate to the unprecedented level of work being undertaken. As a result, Madam Speaker, this situation threatened the defendant's right to a fair trial.
Minister Chuck says consultations were made with the council and attorneys at law, and it was determined that the best way forward was to vary the tariff of fees. After the matters went on for longer than expected, a decision was made to put a cap on the payments made to the attorneys. With the bill, the government is now able to validate the sums paid, which are outside of the Legal Aid Act. And finally, the Denham Town High School has received 350 desk shields to assist with the government's planned resumption of in-person classes in September. The shields were donated by the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, IEEE Jamaica, Women in Engineering Affinity Group. At last Friday's handing over ceremony, Education Minister Favour Williams said the gift would provide an added layer of protection for students during face-to-face learning.
We have to get back into the face-to-face environment. Going forward, education will continue to be in the face-to-face world, even though technology will remain a permanent part of the education.
And that's it for JI's News Today. I'm Lorraine Mendez. Thanks for watching.
We're committed to reducing the impact of disasters occurring in Jamaica. We're ever ready to assist you before, during, and after a disaster. But everybody have a role to play, so make we work together and follow the plan. Whether rich or poor or where you come from, hurricanes affect everyone, so be prepared. Prevention is better than cure. Be prepared. Listen to ADPEM.
A message from the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management.
Coming up, the latest happenings at the office of the Prime Minister.
July 1 implementation of revised COVID-19 protocols. Bernard Lodge development plan moving ahead smoothly, and more learning devices distributed. You're watching Jamaica House Weekly. I'm Vanessa Silvera.
As we move to the next phase of the management of the virus, we will have to be even more vigilant about observing the protocols and keeping ourselves and each other safe.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness in Parliament last Tuesday as he announced recrafted measures to contain the spread of COVID-19. For the period July 1 to August 11, curfew hours have been adjusted to start at 11 p.m. Mondays to Saturdays and 6 p.m. on Sundays. Amusement arcades are to reopen on July 1. The ban on funeral services has been lifted, but only 30 persons, including mourners and members of the clergy, will be allowed in attendance. Burial services will be allowed Mondays to Fridays during the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. with a maximum of 30 persons. Measures under the controlled re-entry program remain largely unchanged. So too the protocols regarding the opening of markets, gyms, parks, bars, beaches, rivers, zoos, water parks and attractions. The stay-at-home orders as well as the work-from-home orders in the public sector remain in effect. The existing orders governing places of worship and cinemas have been modified. These venues will now be allowed to host 70% of their maximum capacity. In the case of drive-in cinemas, vehicles should have no more than the number of persons it is registered to carry.
The recrafted measures that we have announced are to enable many persons who have not had an income for several months to finally get a chance to return to work and to start providing for their families. The risk of a third wave remains ever present. Whether or not it materializes is up to every one of us. In trying to preserve the entertainment sector, let us not jeopardize the reopening of our schools in September. The stakes are high, and this is a risk we are all taking together as a country. Success is up to all of us.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness urging persons to exercise caution as the island prepares to reopen the entertainment sector. The industry has been shuttered since March 2020 when the island recorded its first case of the novel coronavirus. In Parliament Tuesday, Mr. Holness said the phased reopening of the sector will begin on July 1. Promoters of large events with over 100 persons expected will be required to make an application to the Ministry of Culture. The ministry will review the application in consultation with ODPIM, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Municipal Corporation, the police and other relevant authorities. Persons staging small events with no more than 100 persons in total will benefit from a 50% reduction in permit costs from the municipal corporations. Prime Minister Holness announced that certain state-owned venues will be available rent-free for the staging of large entertainment events. Venues already approved for hosting are operated by the Ministry of Culture and the Port Authority of Jamaica. Prime Minister Holness says the Ministries of Culture, Economic Growth and Finance will also be exploring other stimuli to realize growth and development in the sector.
The entertainment, culture and creative industries must become an important item on our national agenda discussion.
On Wednesday, Prime Minister Andrew Holness tipped his hat to Olympian Veronica Campbell-Brown upon hearing of her retirement. Mr. Holness thanked Campbell-Brown for her invaluable contribution to track and field and for making an entire nation proud. The Prime Minister recalled her stunning and impressive races and saluted her athleticism and humanity. Upon hearing the death of Sergeant Marlon Smith, Prime Minister Holness recalled Smith as one of the kindest, most considerate and most genuine persons anyone could have the pleasure of meeting. Sergeant Smith was killed in a three-way motor vehicle collision in Trelawney on Thursday. Mr. Holness expressed deepest sympathies to Sergeant Smith's family, colleagues and friends.
I'm very pleased to see this project materializing in the way that we envisioned that it would. And it will be an example for other developments that are likely to happen within, I would say, a 5-year period.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness on Friday, following a tour of the integrated Greater Bernard Lodge development in St. Catherine. Mr. Holness says housing and agriculture are being equally prioritized in the development. The master plan will see the creation of an integrated community with up to 16,000 housing solutions to be built, 1,300 acres of farmlands reserved for small and medium-sized farmers, as well as light industrial and agricultural activities. The Greater Bernard Lodge Development Plan aims to create a sustainable, vibrant and resilient community that addresses challenges associated with affordable housing, transportation, access to jobs and services. And by Saturday, the Prime Minister was in West Central St. Andrew for free CSEC and CAPE super classes. The classes offered included math, English, Caribbean Studies and Communication Studies. Classes were held at Penwood High School, DuPont and Seawood Drive Infant and Primary Schools. Mr. Holness used his visit to the classes to distribute electronic learning devices to students. The devices were issued as part of the Prime Minister's Positive Jamaica Foundation. And that's it for Jamaica House Weekly. Be sure to join us next time for more of the stories coming out of the office of the Prime Minister.
Last year, we saw over 13,000 victims. However, I am conscious and I'm aware that there are many more. There are children, there are victims in our community that are struggling with the reality of crime and trauma. Some of them individually and directly, and some of them indirectly in the community which they live. I would like to challenge you who are listening, watching this program, to make an effort to call the VSD, the Victim Services Division in the Ministry of Justice. Encourage these children to get help. Encourage, cause us to know so we can reach out to them to get help. The numbers to call are 876-618-3620 or 876-946-2014. Healing and justice for all victims of crime is not just our concern, but it should be the concern of all of us.
The Tourism Ministry has implemented a number of measures to build back stronger. One of the priorities is to strengthen the linkages between tourism and the productive sectors. Take a look.
Unprecedented times call for unprecedented moves. With a $1.5 billion loss to the tourism industry, government has adopted an age-old business strategy to engineer a rebound of Jamaica's #1 foreign exchange earner.
The strategic framework for resetting Jamaica's tourism will be guided by the Blue Ocean Strategy, which will allow us to meet our growth targets of 5 million visitors, earning $5 billion, and to provide 5,000 new rooms by 2025.
Economists have for years touted the benefits of the Blue Ocean Strategy. This business model is about creating and capturing new demand in non-existent areas. It is establishing new markets to the point of changing the desires of consumer demand. This act can differentiate a player in an industry and eliminate the competition. This is the current strategy of Jamaica's Ministry of Tourism to reclaim and exceed what it has lost during the pandemic.
A Blue Ocean Strategy calls for the creation of business models that depart from the traditional models based on head-to-head competition and gaining market share. Instead, it will see our ministry pursuing enhanced value creation through production differentiation and diversification.
The Tourism Ministry is known for developing innovative responses to crises, which often garner global recognition. The Tourism COVID-19 Resilient Corridor Program, established in the height of the pandemic and allowed for controlled movement within tourism-dependent locations, received commendations from the UNWTO. The moniker Gen Z Traveler, coined by the ministry to describe vacationers whose experiences and expectations have been shaped by the health and safety risks of the pandemic, is being used by international stakeholders. The Tourism Ministry expects that its Blue Ocean Strategy will receive similar accolades and reap tremendous rewards for the island.
It will require a shift in the mindset as we seek to uncover hidden opportunities in the tourism industry amid the COVID-era economic crisis.
The implementation of the Tourism Blue Ocean Strategy consists of a 6-step plan: expanding markets and go-to-market channels, developing new tourism products, expanding tourism community focus, maximizing linkages across all local industries, promoting resilience and sustainability, and providing destination assurance.
This new strategy, the Blue Ocean Strategy we're talking about, is focusing now on how to build the capacity of the Jamaica economy to supply the goods and services that the industry needs, and in so doing, reduce the outflow of dollars into other destinations.
Only 40 cents of every tourism dollar is retained in the country, while just 20% of tourism agricultural demand is supplied locally.
The study that we have done so far indicate that agriculture, just for fresh fruits and vegetables alone, has a demand of 67 billion Jamaican dollars. And on the manufacturing side, there is a demand already established for $360 billion.
To plug the gap, the Blue Ocean strategy will focus on expanding the work of the Tourism Linkages Network. Committees and working groups have been formed to work closely with resorts and hoteliers.
In this new Blue Ocean strategy, we are going to change the production and consumption patterns of tourism in favor of a heavier level of retention of the US dollar in the Jamaican space, and in the process create more jobs. This resetting of the industry is to broaden its scope and activities, to enable a wider breadth of employment opportunities, and also to expand the variety of skill sets that are attendant on tourism activities. It is to make the world and Jamaica understands better how a real tourism economy can in fact be structured, and why is it that tourism remains the most critical restoration action that any economy can embrace.
Practice good hygiene by washing your hands frequently using soap and water. Here's how you should do it while conserving water. Turn on the tap to wet your hands, then turn off the pipe. Lather your hands and the tap with soap. Turn on the tap and wash your hands, back, front, and in between fingers. Use some of the water to wash off the tap, then turn it off. Dry your hands with disposable hand towels. If you don't have running water, use a hand rub containing 62% or more alcohol. If hand sanitizers are not available, rubbing alcohol, Dettol, white rum, or household bleach will do the trick. And if all else fails, let hand washing and the handling of potable water be a two-person event. Each person will take turns pouring and washing hands with sitting water. Now is a good time to consider installing a tap on your containers to reduce the risk of water contamination. Faucets can be easily attached to drums, buckets, or 5-gallon water bottles. And to ensure that the outside of the containers are clean when recapping, disinfect it with hand rub containing alcohol that's 62% or more. The 5 R's of water conservation are also necessary to practice. Reduce water wastage by investing in water-saving devices. Reuse water at least twice before discarding. Replace leaking pipes, faucets, and other plumbing equipment. Recycle wastewater and use it for gardening, car washing, or cleaning of public spaces. And reclaim water through rainwater harvesting. We all must play our part to ensure there's water to combat the coronavirus and stave off prolonged drought.
I am here to highlight some of the COVID-19 protocols for the hurricane season. If we should have an adverse weather event, recognize that any one of those consequences of adverse weather events could be the trigger for that third wave. What we need to do for hurricane season, it's not novel. It's not novel. Bring it back to the fore and just remember that preparation is what we need to do, and more importantly, so let's remind ourselves of what we need to do. And now focus on what we need to take into consideration for COVID-19. The fundamental concepts remain unchanged. Spacing, physical distancing, mask etiquette, and sanitization. It goes hand in hand in everything. We must incorporate the learned best practices that we would have had from last year. We went into a season last year with an ongoing pandemic. We would have done some things. We would have learned some things. Don't forget what you have learned. You best know how to respond in your own personal space. Personal responsibility, personal preparedness. We cannot go into a third wave. Because we need to respond, sometimes the fear and the anxiety can in fact cause us to do things and forget what those protocols are. I'm asking you and I'm charging you to remember what they are at all times. Exercise them every day so it becomes routine and normal. When you're nervous, sometimes what you fall back on is what you practice every day. So practice the COVID-19 protocols every day. If we need to respond, it will be well ironed out by the time it comes around.
Jamaica's COVID-19 vaccination plan is still in effect. If you wish to make an appointment, please do so online by visiting moh.gov.jm or by calling 888-663-5683. Vaccination still a keep. Go get your jab today.
You've reached the final page of the magazine. Thanks so much for being with us on today's journey. And now the Jamaica magazine unfolds tomorrow, so come back same time on this same station. Until then, go to our website, YouTube channel and social media pages for more informative features. While there, please subscribe to our pages and channels so you can stay in the know. I'm Adrian Atkinson, reminding you that we are in the hurricane season, so prepare before it's too late.
This has been a production of the Jamaica Information Service, the voice of Jamaica.
The next person in line, your friend at school or your co-worker, may have COVID-19 and not know because they have no symptoms. You, on the other hand, could be hospitalized for 2 months or more if you become infected. Is it worth it? Stay socially connected, but keep the physical distance. Stay 6 feet away and avoid a hospital stay. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Hi, it's Alicia Little, and on this episode of the Digital Jampreneur, we're going to look at the NCB Foundation's website for all the scholarships and grants that they have available right now. So let's dig in. Hey everybody, what's up? It's Alicia Little from Internet Income Jamaica, and I am on the NCB Foundation's website looking at all the scholarships and grants that they have available right now. Time is running out, so I wanted to do this quick video to encourage you to check out what is available for you, for someone in your family, for someone in your community. After you watch this video, do me a favor and spread the word. I'm doing my best to get the word out. Maybe NCB Foundation will share this video on their page and you'll share it on all of your pages and your friends' pages. Anyway, let's dig into what is going on. Now, we're on the website, ncbscholarships.com. That's where I'm at right now. And as I'm on this website, I'm going to scroll down to look at what's available. Fancy website. As you mouse over each one of these blocks, you can see that it changes. Okay, focus, Alicia. Anyway, let's click on tertiary level scholarships and grants and see what is available here. So now we can read more about the program. Our scholarships and grants are available to students pursuing full-time undergraduate tertiary programs at local accredited institutions. Now, these scholarships and grants can only be used towards tuition, on-campus education, accommodation, and education supplies. And they give the money directly to the institution or the suppliers. Now, as you scroll down on the page, you're going to see the different institutions, university colleges, visual and performing arts colleges that you can take classes at. So click on each one and you can see what is supported here. All right, lots of different options here. As you scroll down, it talks more about the scholarships, what's available, the grants, what's available. So just read, right? Read about it and you'll find out more. Next, we're going to move on to the Level Up grants. So I went back to the homepage and I'm clicking on the Level Up grants, which I love because Internet Income Jamaica is part of this. Woo! Okay. So how do you apply for one of these Level Up grants? Now, these Level Up grants are for people who are in a situation where they need to up their skill set so they can get a better job, or they want to start their own online business and want to take a course on how to do that. So I will tell you more about the institutions that you can apply for to take their courses at, but here's how to apply for it. Step number one, you're going to view the institutions and the courses, select the institution you would like to apply for, complete the application by selecting your institution's website, and then submit it. Submit your application. To be eligible, Jamaican citizen, you should be in some financial need. And just a quick tip, you're going to write an essay. Make that story heartfelt. Talk about the situation that you're in and why you need it, how it's going to benefit yourself, your family, your community. Okay. All right. Now, here are the two institutions. Internet Income Jamaica. Oh, look at that. That's me. Apply at Internet Income Jamaica. And we have iCreate. So first, let's talk about Internet Income Jamaica. So with Internet Income Jamaica, we have 16 courses available in our online portal. So you're going to apply. You're going to hopefully get accepted. And when you do get accepted, you'll log into our online portal. You'll be able to view all of our 16 online classes that have been picked out, especially for you. And then you're going to have live training sessions with a trainer who herself is earning online and has a successful online business. And then you're going to have a coach, and your coach will be someone who's earning online and was a former student of ours and now is a coach and trainer and is going to coach you and push you. So of course, I'm biased. I love what we do at Internet Income Jamaica. Basically, if you want to learn how to start an online business and be your own boss, that is us right there. And then as you go down to iCreate, iCreate has some amazing courses as well in film production, animation. I think they've got some in social media as well. So you have an opportunity to take some courses from iCreate as well. So we're offering like transcription, website building courses, appointment setting, getting paid to make phone calls, website building, graphic design, and then iCreate has a lot of digital courses, social media, film production, and that sort of thing. So you've got two amazing options, right? I know you're going to spread the word about Internet Income Jamaica, but really two amazing options right there. Go for it. Apply to them. Spread the word about these. The deadline is quickly approaching for these, so do it now. And the wait list for both of those is always long. If you don't get in like the first time, you'll be put on a wait list. So apply now. Do not delay. You hear me? Do not delay. I don't want you to come back to me and be like, Alicia, I didn't make the deadline. There's no extension. Okay. All right. So let's talk about the Dr. Rickert Allen Scholarship. Now, this scholarship is to take a course. It's awarded to one local university student attending UCC, and you see right there what programs you can pursue to get this one. So to be eligible, you can read more about that and click that button. Now, last but not least, the primary and secondary level grants. Let's click on this. Hi, girls. Aren't they so cute? Yes. So scroll down about the program and you can read about how grants are available for book vouchers valued up to $20,000, redeemable at Kingston Bookshop and Sangster's Bookstore. And then you can see the eligibility requirements right there and click there for a grant. Going back to the homepage right now to recap, there were scholarships and grants for college and university. There are primary and secondary level grants. There's the Dr. Rickard Allen Scholarship. And then for adults and young adults that need an additional way to earn income online, there's the Level Up Grant. So what are you waiting for? You need to apply to one of these grant programs and get it going. And you know what? Sharing is caring. So do me a favor and help me to spread the word. I'm doing my part. I'm trying the best that I can to spread the word. So if all that you do is share this video, it's definitely going to help someone else. So let's do our part. Thank you, NCB Foundation, so much for doing your part. And we'll all do our part by spreading the word and getting as many people the opportunity to apply as possible. Thank you guys so much. Good luck. And hey, I hope that you apply for the Internet Income Jamaica one, the Internet Income Jamaica Level Up Grant, so I can see you in class. Bye for now. Bye. Bye.
Call the Bureau of Gender Affairs mainline at 876-754-85778 or call the helplines. Females call 876-553-0372. Males call 876-553-0387. And remember, there's absolutely no excuse for abuse.
Searching online. It's what most of us do every day. Information is the world's new currency, and the provision of quality information is what is setting businesses, governments, and even countries apart. And when we search, we're looking for information that is accurate, easy to understand, and relevant. And we expect to get there in 3 clicks. The Jamaican public sector is delivering numerous services every day to clients locally and abroad. Clients who cannot afford to waste neither time nor money searching through hard-to-find information. Introducing gov.jm, the gateway that will become the single online space for accessing information on government services in a way that is simple and seamless. Through the Public Sector Transformation and Modernization Program, PSTM, Gov.jm is placing the needs of our clients at the center. By placing vast government information in one place, we are making it easier, faster, and simpler for our clients and potential clients to get the information they need, when they need it, and how they need it. For the potential investor or visitor to Jamaica, the ability to find information easily can make the difference between a decision to invest in Jamaica or somewhere else. To start, we found those everyday services in highest demand, the ones Jamaicans locally and in the diaspora frequently need. We took the services non-residents and investors frequently need, and we've started by creating a gateway to those services online. Gov.jm will allow those seeking to do business with government to find what they need faster. Whether you want to know how to apply for a passport, pay taxes online, register a business, or find out your health benefits under the Health Fund program, information is grouped so that the user knows where to go right away, whether he's a resident, non-resident, or an investor. And this is the kind of information, the kind of service that will gain Jamaica international rankings for e-government. We're still at the early stages. The gateway currently now indexes some of the services available online and provides clear navigation to them. But Gov.jm will never stop evolving. It is the customer feedback about information they need that will guide the evolution of Gov.jm. Over time, we'll work to bring more and more services online and create a standard online schema for all government websites. Gov.jm, the new gateway to government information and services. The search is over.
I want to remind somebody that there is purpose in their life because of the grace of Jesus Christ. Yes. And we sing. Yes, Jesus. All the things